Hello everyone. I'm just muted in the Discord chat quickly, but I see yes, hello Stephanie, and I imagine that's Blue that's also in here. The reason why I'm muted in the Discord chat, I'm going to be joining Fred, Zach, and Chris in a second here, is just because I wanted to remind everybody that this is the stream I'm going to be testing out to see how my daughter does with hanging out for a first little bit of a stream, because she wants to see this game and play a little bit of it with me. So we're going to be starting on the easiest level, and she's just going to get her bedtime vitamin gummies right now, and then she's going to be joining us. So I'm going to hop back into the chat here. There, it has begun. So what are you all doing?
Nothing at the moment.
Nothing. Just letting your hand rest after deadlock.
I'm contemplating what I want to do. I don't know.
And I know Chris is probably getting drunk.
Assuming he's even here anymore.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he already passed out.
As above, so below.
Yep, as above, so below.
Straight up, walked into the liquor store, thought, I'm gonna grab a couple tall cans, maybe like a 4-pack, have a couple beer tonight, and tomorrow I gotta do a bunch running around, and when I get home, it's yard work, so obviously more beer for that. And
Yeah,
then barbecuing on Sunday for Mother's Day, so fucking more beer for that. And yeah, walked into the liquor store, walked into the beer section at the back, through the magical sliding doors of Tasty, and right next to the entrance of the doors was like discount scratch and bin cans for $3 a piece.
I cannot believe you just said the sliding doors of Tasty.
I like beer. I've always liked the way beer tastes. It's a weird thing. I know it's not for everybody. But yeah, I just like, they opened up and there's this like rack, and it's like 3-tiered baskets, and they're all full of like, this can has a dent in it, this can has a scratch. Like what happens sometimes when you get a case of beer, cardboard cases will just break.
Right.
It's just a thing. It honestly, I looked at it and I was like, I guarantee you this is all cases that like a guy grabbed, and then the end seam just split and it dumped the whole case on the floor.
Oh yeah.
So an
That's
employee
almost
took them. Yeah. And so they had like whatever, 3-4 dozen of these. And then a manager was just like, well, we can't put them back in a case because they're broken, or damaged, but we can sell them for cheap because they're damaged.
Yeah, discounted price.
Yeah.
Purely just waiting for her to get back so I can start this. There you are.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, sit down. Sit down. Did you take your nighttime gummies?
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's a game. Can we play here?
Yeah, you just gotta press A. Oh, hold it. Okay.
That's us.
Yes, it is.
And our ship, I think.
That is our ship.
Oh, that is.
Okay, so this takes place 5 years after the first one?
Which game?
Survivor.
What just
Something
happened
like that,
to our
yeah.
character?
Well, we're in handcuffs right now, so we gotta figure
Daddy,
out what's going
what
on.
just happened, Daddy, from our character? What just happened to our character?
Yes, the little one has arrived, Stephanie. Our character has been arrested. That is what is happening. Would you like to ask a fourth time?
The enemy
Yeah, they look weird.
contest. Because they made him like that.
Yes, they did make him like that.
I know they made him like that. That happened. And they are supposed to be flying enemies.
Yeah, you see that? That place he was looking at?
Uh-huh.
That's his old home.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. When did they take their helmets off? Also, their heads are way too big for the helmets they had on.
Let's not read too far into that.
It's like their heads go into a tapered cone, like a toothpaste tube when you're squishing the helmet on them.
Daddy, what
Yeah.
are they doing?
Taking us, I would imagine, to jail.
Or think down in the ground?
Well, yeah, that might be where the jail is. I don't know.
No, I think
It's just,
they're gonna
Stephanie
take us
Stadium said her
in
mom
an
always
empty
said beer tastes
place,
like horse
Daddy.
piss. Listen, your mom
I
probably
think
isn't
that
wrong,
was
but
an
how does she
empty
know what
place.
horse piss tastes
Nope.
like? What the
There's
fuck?
ships here.
I mean, to be fair, most of the time when people drink beer, it's because their taste buds are sorely broken, so it doesn't taste that bad to them.
Oh, Daddy, this is a cool
Like the coal
place.
miners in 1,000 Ways to Die in the West.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say anything. It's, it's not like I drink a lot of beer, but I do have beers I like, and I mean, I also drink moonshine, so that's not exactly better.
Yeah, you the type for sure.
You are already yawning, kid. You're not gonna make it 30 minutes. You are too big for me to carry up the stairs. Please do not fall asleep at my desk.
But I can't walk to bed.
It's gonna be dragging her up the stairs by her arm, clunking each step as we go.
Klunk, klunk, klunk.
Yes. Hello, Averix. Okay, they're talking.
The rumors. A Jedi. We brought him in alive.
The Senator is expecting us.
You're clear to move along. We want to keep the Senator waiting. Yeah. Wish you died like the rest of your kind, traitor.
Well, that wasn't very nice. He just punched us.
Yeah, that wasn't very nice.
He just pushed us. Settle down.
Yeah, those are mean guys.
Man, these guys are pushy.
Yeah, and they're enemies. So, they're gonna be nice to you.
Let's see what happens if we step away. Oh, nothing. They don't come for us. Wonder what happens if we go backwards. Oh, jeez, what? Oh, that was aggressive. Thank you, Stephanie. She thinks so too.
Locked down. Senator's orders.
This way. We're taking a detour.
Stephanie said you're adorable. That's when you say thank you. Oh, now that you know people are talking to you, you're gonna be quiet?
Like rats in a maze. I don't like it.
Stick with the plan.
Yeah, didn't think that through, did you? You had no problem talking when you didn't realize anybody was listening.
Where are we?
We're on Coruscant.
Person?
Yeah, remember the big planet that's all one big city? You go on it a lot in Lego Star Wars.
I know too.
Yeah, you know that? Well, then why'd you ask where we were?
And I didn't know where we were.
You're confusing.
Someone's got to pay for it.
Where are they going, Daddy?
I don't know.
With us? Me either.
Not according to the propaganda.
I think they're bringing us somewhere.
Yeah.
Just how can we thrive when terrorists?
Can't believe I'm about to meet a senator.
These days he rarely shows his face in public.
Daddy, is there any portals here?
No, it's it's not like Lego Star Wars. There are no portals.
That bring us in any shops?
Yeah. Anytime we want to go somewhere, we gotta run there. We don't get to just travel.
The Senator is just making sure everything's on the level. And we're off.
Hey, he pushed us again.
very nice for that.
Yeah, they need to settle down. It's a good thing we don't have our lightsaber, otherwise he'd regret that.
Why?
Well, what happens when we have a lightsaber?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell me?
Tonight's the night you decide not to be a murder hobo.
What is that robot doing?
That's a security droid.
What does it do to us?
Well, I mean, obviously it's keeping us in check.
In check?
Yes, he's not allowing us to do anything to escape.
You gonna let him call you that?
Just punched us again.
Night, Marcus.
Alert.
He was trying to buy a crate of electroproton bombs from a Chagrin arms dealer.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi.
How'd you make the arrest?
And now nobody
Senator
pushed
has to
us.
sleep, same as us.
When the senator
You know
gets
why?
a hold of you, he'll wish you were dead.
I know.
Always nice to meet a fan.
This way, Jedi. Mind your business.
He's pushed us.
Wow, yeah, that was rude.
The senator
That
requested
was.
I bring the prisoner to him alive.
And that's
He is
just
breathing.
weird.
Droids.
Gathered.
Is the district secure?
Yes, Senator.
So this is Senator Sejan.
Vader's dogs are always sniffing about. Jedi is a rare quarry these days.
Oh, yes, Tegan.
What else?
What?
Tegan is her
Brought
name.
me?
Stephanie wanted to know your name. Say hi. Say it a little louder. No. As soon as you forget they're there, you start talking. But as soon as you remember, you quiet real
See that he
quickly.
is paid.
It's been a pleasure, Senator. Hope this isn't the
Well, you know,
last
Uncle
time
Chris
you
is
Yeah,
also
she gets a
listening,
little
right?
shy.
Yeah. Can you say hi to Uncle Chris?
The renegade Jedi
That's someone you know.
Cal Kestis.
No, just fuck everybody.
You have made quite a name for yourself. Sabotaging
Yeah,
weapons.
don't feel bad, folks at home. She when we're all there for an event, she won't approach me. She gets standoffish with me. It's really fun.
That was your doing.
Breaks
wasn't
my
it?
soul just a little bit more every time.
Hang on, Senator. A confession?
Hey,
We
to be
used
fair,
get
she
napped
does.
when
She
was,
does it to
like,
Hope
2
too.
months old, but
Before
To be
I
fair, she
deliver
does it
you
to Hope
him,
too.
you
When we
will
have a big
leave
party, like don't forget next month is her birthday, so big party again. I can already see it. She's gonna be hanging off of my leg.
It's just me.
I just hope it's my good leg.
No use resisting. I'll find out one way or another. Sometimes all it takes is a speech. But in there, I have other tools at my
You can look.
disposal.
Stephanie
Or
waved. She said
maybe
hi.
I'll just use this.
Can you at least wave?
Master's lightsaber.
Jesus.
Jaro
Hey,
Tapar,
Tizilla.
a traitor like you. And to think one day our children will ask, what is this thing? This relic of a corrupt institution destroyed by its own arrogance.
Arrogance is a trap a lot of us fall into, Senator.
I'm sure the Emperor won't mind if I deliver you to him
There's a
in
lot of
pieces.
talking, isn't there?
What?
Did you really think you could capture me? You've got classified military intel stored on your yacht. And you just brought it right to me. Thanks, BD.
You'll burn for this.
That's mine.
How dumb can you be? He literally just held out his hand to give us the lightsaber back and said, "You'll burn for this." And where do you think you're going? Oh,
He's not supposed to go anywhere. He's supposed to save us. Or run.
no, he was trying to.
Leave
Yeah.
us?
Well, watch this.
That all you got, Senator? Come on out.
Another one?
Talk.
Bring him on.
Two?
Yeah. Fair enough, Stephanie. You want to try fighting?
No.
No? Oh, that looked like it hurt.
I'm going to play a game that's easy for kids.
Well, Daddy put it on easy mode so you could play if you wanted to.
Not so
But
fast, Senator.
I
Hit it, BD.
don't want to play in this place.
Oh, look at that.
Now
BD
comes to
stopped
us. He's coming a little hot. Oh,
Aw, he's so cute.
Yep, BD1 is his name.
He's so cute.
You know what BD stands for?
Yeah,
Best droid.
we're fine.
Are we? I don't know. You would classify this as fine.
it's okay. Oh, these things happen. We gotta get to that yacht.
Oh, we gotta go this way.
That was a close one, buddy.
See, there's a wall we can climb.
It's not your fault. Catch up with the yacht.
What are I?
Still climbs like a spider monkey.
A spider monkey?
Or he fell. I want confirmation before the Senator's comms are back online. See anything? Nothing yet. There should be an entire platoon on these.
That robot's still with us.
Well, yeah, BD1 hangs off our back the whole time. Hey, that's not nice. They're shooting at us.
They're not supposed to shoot. Ow. That really hurt.
Yeah, it kind of did. Although, there's a chest here. And... oh, we got a new lightsaber tip.
You don't have anything for it, do you?
Tip?
Yeah, a new emitter.
Can I see?
Ah, what? Who? Why?
We gotta find that yacht before the Empire does.
Oh, we gotta catch up to that big red yacht. Oh,
No?
yeah.
Hey, bud, I don't mean to alarm you, but the starting soon thing is still showing on your stream.
You are correct. Fancy that.
But stream has already started, I'm pretty sure.
You are correct.
I just figured you might want to.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm so busy trying to look over her shoulder that I probably would have never noticed. You are... Are you tired already?
Hope it's worth the risk. You never give up.
The answer to that is yes. Yes, I am.
Well, I know you are, old man.
It is already 10 o'clock.
Yeah, she's not used to staying up this late. She's usually in bed like 45 minutes ago. Ah, makes sense, Blue. It's exactly what an imposter would say.
Smells like a rat.
And broken.
Oh, yeah, but we still caught it. Okay, you didn't answer my question, though. Are you getting tired?
No.
No, you're a bad liar.
As she's like nodding off. No.
Yeah, pretty much. I can feel her body slowly getting looser and more like yellow.
Nice.
Yep. Press down on the right stick. There you go.
The beast hungers once again, but it is not yet time for the evening meal. Although she did absolutely finish the food that was in that bowl. Golly. Cat, how are you not 30 pounds? I don't understand.
For a split second, I thought you were talking about Ting, and I was like, you're not wrong, but holy shit.
No, we're talking about
what we
my roommate's cat.
supposed to do? Oh,
Ah, we're getting a new lightsaber skill.
new lightsaber skill?
Yeah.
Weird.
Oh, Tegan. Now Blue says hi. Can you say hi, Blue? Can you say hello, Blue? Just say Blue.
Who's here to help us look for clues?
Yeah. Say Blue's Clues.
I know that.
No.
Blue's
Okay.
Clues.
Ah.
keep going. Come
It's
on,
okay,
BD.
Blue. Like we told Steph earlier, she is
I beg you.
the most gun shy
I
of the
fought in the
children.
war.
I doubt that. Now clear out. Senator's orders. Oh,
She
that's
talk
good.
your ear off till she realizes she isn't alone.
Yep.
Good times.
As soon as she forgets where she is, she's gonna start talking up again. Oh, look. We can go this way. Oh, wait. Do we need to go that way? Yeah, we need to go that way. You're yawning again! Do you need to go to bed, honey?
Suspects nailed.
No, you are really adamant about not going to bed.
How did someone sneak in?
Ooh, those are pokey.
Yeah. That's okay, we'll just cut them to get by. There must be something down here. See, a big part of these games is we gotta explore and look for things.
Look for things and
Yeah.
explore. Weird.
Yeah, see? Look, there's something all the way over here.
Some kind of rare mineral, I guess. Yeah.
Ooh,
It's beautiful.
cool. That's
Were you just fighting another yawn? Her voice went really low and then she stopped talking. Yep, that's what I figured.
we're also a ship.
Yes, we are almost to the ship, you're right.
What's that stuff?
It's the map showing us what we need to do.
Still drifting.
No, not what we need
That's
to
the
do.
spirit, BD.
Oh, okay, that's the way we need to go. So we need to go back then and open up that other door.
Other door?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Ow.
I'll show you. Oh, maybe this was a bad idea. Huh, okay.
Yep.
Good to know fall damage is a thing in this one.
That
Gotta
is
slice the door open. That's what it's called when BD hacks a door.
BD hacks the door? Weird.
Yeah,
And can you jump?
yeah, we double jump. See? That's why we came all the way back here. There's another chest.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, we got another lightsaber part. It's the switch that turns it on.
Turn it on?
Yeah. It's nice to see that you get a little bit more jump distance with this game than the first one. Okay, there's nothing over here. Spider monkey. He look funny when he climbs? You are laying your head down on your arm. Okay. Do you want to go to bed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hi. Is mom still up?
So, yeah.
Okay. I'm sending Tegan up.
I hope.
He's got her forehead down on my desk.
Like sleeping?
Almost. She said she wanted to go up to bed.
Okay.
She made it 20 minutes into the stream.
Ella told her to sleep in her pants.
Yeah. All that playing outside earlier.
You guys gave her melons. She was fighting the
Okay.
drugs so hard.
Okay. Love you too, bye. Okay. Good night, baby. Can you say goodnight, everybody?
No.
No, well, can you say goodnight to me?
Good night, Tegan.
Can you say it more than a whisper, please?
Good night, Tegan. I love you.
See, everybody's saying goodnight. Uncle Chris said goodnight, love you. Okay, go before you fall flat on your face up the stairs. Jesus Christ. Oh. Ways to make your kids fall asleep. And what were you giggling about, Chris?
The fact that I didn't see the context that was missing from how like rapidly she was falling asleep was the melatonin in the system. So I was laughing at how hard she was fighting the drugs to stay awake because you could tell that she was like trying to stay awake. Right?
It hit fast. She went from I'm ready for this to oh hell no.
Put me in, coach. Put me in.
I mean,
I can still do it.
To be fair, she was yawning before she even took it.
You want to get a bite after a shift? Sure, I could go for it.
I
I
did
believe
because I knew she was going to be doing this with me tonight. I told her to go play outside for a couple hours, and that like wore her right out.
Stand still. Can't track him. You and me now.
Hey, they made the stormtrooper shots in this more realistic. The first shot the third one sent to me was straight out of left field. Wasn't even anywhere near me. But now that I know that she does semi-okay with it, as long as it's a game that interests her, I might stream earlier on Fridays.
I see him.
Oh, it's just the...
I thought I was going to see less action on Coruscant.
Guy says I thought I was going to see less action on Coruscant as I walk into the room.
Hey, an intruder! You should run from this squadron.
I don't know what the basement guy was up to today, but he's been in and out like 30 times. And I know he's a stoner. So, like, there's an allotment of times that I can imagine he's going outside to smoke, but like how many times is that gonna be for real though? I think I just counted like the 15th time that door has opened and slammed shut. So one of his kids must be here right now.
Today?
There he is. Shoot to
Like
kill.
since I got home at 7 in the last 3 hours.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. The first time I heard it was when I got home with groceries. And I was like, okay, cool. So, because he was in the backyard, because I had to go find more groceries. Right, to go grab the rest of the groceries out of the truck. And then I finished with that. I heard the door slam shut again. I was like, okay, must come back in. Poured the first beer, heard him go out, and then like 5 minutes later come back in.
Gotcha.
And then again. And then again. And it's just like, it's continued for the last 3 hours in this way. It's probably close to like 24 times, realistically.
Oh, who the hell's helping us?
That's my boy. That's Bodakuna.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Shit.
Oh, you know, just
That
hanging
was a
out.
spoiler, I'm sorry.
Taking
Well,
in
no.
sights.
You said that right as he took his helmet off, so...
I guess
Thanks, Bode.
I'm watching the stream, not your gameplay.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm watching it with a delay, so I was good. I said that without thinking about it. I once built a D&D character based off of Bodakuna and Arthur Morgan.
Oh. Arthur Morgan is Red Dead?
Red Dead Redemption 2's protagonist.
Okay, I haven't played...
Yes, and Willie knows
yes.
nothing about either of them. Please stop talking about them.
I haven't played any of the Red Deads.
They're...
Yes, and if you ever do, please stop talking about them, because, yes.
Listen, Here's what I'm gonna tell you: play Red Dead 2 first. Seems strange, but
No, I disagree with that immensely. Play them in the order they came out in.
I'd call that a win.
No gunships.
don't play Red Dead.
Crew must be making mischief.
Well,
Play Red Dead
the
2.
Red Dead Revolver isn't even canon, basically. No, play Red Dead Redemption 1, then 2.
What's Revolver?
It's technically the prequel to the games, but it's stupid and dumb and bad, and you shouldn't think about it.
Yeah.
It was a PS2 game, and it wasn't good.
Oh.
I think, having played both of them, I actually do believe that playing 2 first would probably be the better way to play them. Just because 2 gives you the context that you need to understand.
You don't
1.
need any context for 1. Especially since, look, I'll say this, as good as 2's writing is, 2 is a giant pile of retcons that make no sense within the context of 1. I like 2's writing. I have no intention of saying it is actually written in a way that makes any sense with 1.
That's fair.
They're both good games for their own reasons, but there is no way Red Dead Redemption is into Red Dead Redemption.
Can you wall run longer in this game?
That I don't know.
Because I'm sure he
Slightly,
just took
yes.
like 7 steps in the previous game. You took 3 before you started dropping.
I mean, they did make the
The-
platforming easier because people justifiably complained that the first game's platforming was
And
the
his
first game's platforming.
yeah, and his jumping was shit because I noticed you can jump further now.
Yeah, and they removed slow puzzles entirely. Thank God.
True
Oh,
that.
good.
I noticed that
good.
when I was playing it. When I played through Survivor originally, I was just like, man, I haven't gotten stumped on a single puzzle yet. This is awesome.
I'll be entirely honest. The number one thing I fucking despised in 1 is it happened mostly on Zepho, but anytime they had you slide down something and then slow something so you don't die horribly, it was literally random chance whether or not it happened to be slowed in a position that was not death.
Yeah.
The number of times I died because I hit the slow button, it's like, oh, I'm gonna stop so the entire thing's in your way, and it'd just be like, oh, delightful. There was an open spot when I hit it, but the game disagreed.
This is the way I die.
Yep. I think
I've,
it's literally the only game over I ever got. Just decided to be a dick again and again with how I was respawning.
Oh.
I've really enjoyed the amount of posts I've seen about people because, like, it was Star Wars Day on the 4th, right?
Right.
So people going back to Star Wars games. Apparently, there's a large group of people that, when they got to Zepho in Fallen Order, just stopped playing the game completely.
Yeah, that's not particularly unusual.
I
I don't
couldn't
even mean
believe it.
for anything because of the game in particular. Most people play, like, a huge majority of people play the first chunk of the video game and then never pick it up again. That's why you see so many games on Steam where, like, the first few achievements have like 90% achievement rates, and then suddenly they drop off to 70, and then 50, and then 30, and then yeah, and then it stays there for the rest of the game basically.
That terminal.
On it.
Very few games are not true for that statement.
And then there is me. Oh.
Yes, but you have problems.
Coming.
Yeah, I know.
Drop on it.
Sure thing. On your
Yes, she was falling asleep with her forehead down on my desk, Stephanie, so I sent her to bed. Okay, I was not expecting when I asked Bode to attack for me that he would just literally drop kick the guy.
Yep.
He fucking activated
Yeah.
his jump pack and just drop kicked him.
Yep.
I don't speak binary.
Bode's a real one.
PD. Team effort.
He's
Bode
one of my
has
favorite
negative
characters in this game. Yeah.
Dude's just like, fuck everything. You get in my way, I will delete you.
Let's try up that way.
Quit reading my
Oh,
mind,
God,
Jack.
JPEG basically.
Oh, somebody clip that. Oh,
Shush you.
that's the most accurate statement about a... Oh, man. Oh, I shouldn't be in this call.
I'm surprised you're still awake.
That's not the problem he's getting at.
I just poured a
Shush
third
you.
beer, okay? A third beer in the Pentagon. or something like that. Oh yeah, I was gonna fuck around with the F1 livery designer because my buddy was like, I wonder if you could make a livery that looked like this. I mean, fucking probably. I know it's better on controller. It'll be fine on mouse and keyboard for what I'm doing.
Oh, yes, I already got called a madman by the rest of the group. Do you want to hear my latest craziness, Chris?
Sure.
You know the 10 Jedi trials in Force Unleashed 2 that were like next to impossible to get platinum in all 10?
Yeah.
He spent it all night doing it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What?
And it only
Because
cost...
he has problems.
It only cost me one controller.
So which one did you explode?
It was the red and black one I was smashing like a week and a half ago while I was in the call with you guys.
In exactly the same game because you're a fucking masochist.
Yeah. Yeah, I realized afterwards what I was doing wrong and I should not have been getting that angry.
You know, in Fallen Order, when they added the update with like the combat trials, I remember booting up my PlayStation just to play them. Because at that point I only had Fallen Order on PS4.
Oh, yeah.
I think I golded the first 3 and gave up. So I hit like 4 or 5 and I was so pissed. I was like, I'm gonna break my only PS4 controller.
I
now
mean, if
before
you
I
know
find
what the
another one."
fucking final bonus challenge is, it's probably best you didn't go all the way because it gets real
Oh,
bullshit towards
yeah, fuck. I remember looking at it and I was just like, oh, you expect that to happen?
No, you couldn't have seen what it was. You have, unless you're saying you looked up a guide, because in game you can't see what the final challenge is until you've done everything else.
No, it showed me what each one was. Right from the beginning.
Shouldn't have shown you the secret one, because what was the last one it showed?
Oh, fuck. Like, you're asking me that now?
Yeah.
I remember the picture was very, like, hazy and smoky, and it said survive one wave, and it was... fuck, what was it? It was a really big creature.
No, that isn't the final one.
Okay, so the secret one, they don't tell you this is a secret one, then.
Yeah, and even then, that's still not... Even if we weren't counting the secret one, that's still not the final one. Because I know for a fact the final challenge is bitch slapping all 3 boss fights... Well, the final normal challenge is bitch slap all 3 boss fights in a row without dying. All 3 major, like, lightsaber boss fights.
Right, because so far the only one I've done is the one with the 9th and 2nd sister at the same time. That was fucking torture.
Yeah, and
so
then you have
I'm
to do,
gonna have a fun time doing that one.
Give me a moment.
Something.
No, I know. I'm just making sure I'm thinking about that correctly. But
let me have my anger, Stephanie. Sometimes dark side is better.
The other one is Ninth Sister, Terran Malicos, and Trilla all at the same time.
Oh, as if Ninth Sister and Trilla weren't bad enough.
Yeah, and that's not even the hardest thing because there's a secret bonus one past that.
I don't want to deal with the raging psychopath on top of that.
Yeah, and then I'll tell you what the bonus one is and why I said I know you don't know what it is because it's Darth Cal.
Oh!
By the way, he input reads and perfect parries you constantly.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
That's,
Suffer and die.
That's similar to what they did in the Jedi Temple Mind Trial in Force Unleashed 1 where you had to fight the
That's
dark...
what every goddamn fucking Star Wars game has done.
They like making you play the alternate version of yourself.
Every single game has done that bit. It's just what they do. With one exception, and that's the RPGs, and that's for very particular reasons that literally I think only Fred here knows. Assuming Fred's alive.
Only kind of. I'm not really paying attention.
I was saying every fucking Star Wars game, especially anyone where you fight with a lightsaber, does the obligatory, like either secret bonus boss or something where you fight the non-canonical Darth version of your character.
Yeah.
And then I was saying like the only game that doesn't do it is the KOTOR games for reasons.
Yeah.
Sneeze when he's in, flew out of my mouth.
What? What?
It's the world. I sneezed, and my nicotine pouch popped out of my mouth and flew across the room and hit the floor.
Oh, okay, alright. I was fighting, so I was having a lot of loud lightsaber noises, and all I heard was, oh, right in my mouth, and I was like, whoa there!
No, that's not what he said.
Man, I wouldn't put it past you, but goddamn. Openly?
In a public forum like this? Absolutely not. Okay, well, iPhone 24 doesn't actually have a livery editor. That's ridiculous.
Think BD wants you to knock that down.
Now I'm taking orders from a droid.
Bode's voice actor sounds familiar. Who is that?
Probably should. I'm pretty sure he is someone famous. I just don't know who the hell it is.
Good question.
Nobody you know, I believe. He's in a lot of video games, but nobody you know.
What's his
Yeah,
name?
that's correct. Noshir Dalal. Dalal?
Yeah.
I don't, I'm gonna butcher that if I keep trying.
It's Noshir Dalal. That's not a hard name to say, but either way.
He's in Red Dead 2, Horizon Forbidden West.
Mortal Kombat 1, Spider-Man 2.
Wait. Who do you play in Spider-Man 2?
In
Mysterio.
That's why he sounds familiar. I've seen clips with Mysterio in it.
How long you been working with Saw Gerrera?
Yeah, all the other characters you wouldn't know. They're all games you haven't played yet. Sekiro.
Tell you impressed
Yeah.
him.
Oh, he was in Tactics Ogre Reborn, huh? Because they actually voiced all of those.
He
I
was
forgot
Luke
about that.
Dobbs in the Modern Warfare games.
Yeah, okay. That... Alright.
Wait, what
Like
do
the
you
new
see?
Modern Warfare games. Very,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
specifically.
I don't. The place I'm looking doesn't, because I only see the only Call of Duty. He was Khalil in Call of Duty Black Ops 3.
In Modern Warfare
Yeah,
3,
that
he
makes
was
sense too.
Luke Dobbs.
Because as of right
He
now,
was
the only
Indra
Black Ops
in
I haven't
Record of
played is
Ragnarok.
6. Shit, he was Indra. Yes.
He was Brahma and Indra.
I'm waiting for the next season of that to come
Be able
out.
to use that crane to get across the bridge.
He did some
Good
voices
luck with
in
that.
Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah, I've seen Love, Death, and Robots.
He was in Critical Role for a little bit.
Yeah, he played a character in their Candela Obscura.
Yeah. He was Rampart in Bad Batch.
Oh, he was Gabriel Diaz in Gears Tactics.
Oh!
Don't
Okay.
ask Willie to remember anything about Gears Tactics, considering he's the one who took literally almost the entire game to realize that Gabriel Diaz is Kate Diaz's dad.
Also,
After I told him that.
he voices a couple characters in Gears 5.
Yes. And by the way, I'm never going to let you live that down.
I know. I still do not remember you saying anything at the beginning.
I know.
You
I
did.
said it when we were playing Gears 5. I literally told you when we were playing Gears 5 that Gears Tactics is about Kate's dad. Like 3 different times. And then you fucking forgot when you made it to Tactics.
Yeah.
And by the way, I can prove I said this because we did it on stream.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
a recording of me saying it.
Which is why I'll say the same thing now that I said then. I don't dispute you said it, I just do not remember.
That's not better.
My brain at the time apparently was just like, oh, that's not important right now.
Literally took you like 2/3 of the fucking game to go, Diaz, isn't that yes?
Just when my brain got around to thinking about it, and I was like, oh yeah, yeah.
The part that really
No, no.
made me goddamn
Oh,
fucking
fuck.
lose it was when he rescued Kate's mom. You just go, oh, who's this lady? And I'm just like,
Gee. I wonder.
you had even less of a reason not to put 2 and 2 together because she was in Gears 5.
Really didn't like him. It's all
think he was
And
a fan
4
of
for that matter.
I don't see a way up.
Let's look around.
Yeah, you said
Admittedly,
it's
a
stuff
very
that's getting
tiny bit
heated
of
up in here.
4, but because I think what
Looks like BD found
Fred,
something.
she's what, like literally the last cutscene of Gears 4. Does she show up before then?
Find something, buddy?
Which one?
For
What's it
who?
got?
Kate's mother.
Ascension
Reyna?
cable.
Oh, Reyna.
Yeah.
Worker sees from
She's
construction.
she's in prior.
Is she in the
Remember
settlement at the start? Yeah, I was
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
trying to remember when the fuck does she get
Cable's a bit
kidnapped?
frayed.
Hello, Blue.
End of
Welcome
the
back.
attack on the village?
Should be a quick
Yeah.
patch job.
Right, because doesn't a fucking I always forget their name, but the fucking swallower fucking take her? Or does she get grabbed by just
Snatcher.
Right, it is a snatcher that fucking takes her?
Well,
Yeah.
that's the name of the unit.
But
It's
no, I thought it
Yeah,
was.
but no, is it, does she just get carried
no,
away
it's the
by someone?
speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so he just grabs her and eats her
That one
away.
was
Yeah.
BD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could not remember. It'd been
Just
a
the
while.
two of you.
I played.
And some friends.
Anybody else just kind of like go through
What
the
about you, new
Game
guy?
Pass library
Need
of
this for
games and
credits?
realize this is the greatest deal in gaming?
Credits never heard. But
I've had trust issues with Game Pass ever since they
a
fucked
daughter.
me with that file transfer.
Listen, that's valid,
I don't get
but
the tears often as I'd like.
I
At least I can provide for her.
I literally got Game Pass because a
Must
buddy
be
of
hard.
mine was like, if you want
away
to
from
play Claire Obscure Expedition 33,
She's
just
gone.
get Game Pass. And I was like, yeah, I would like to try it before I
Empire
buy
took
it.
her from
'Cause
me.
I'm
if the game's
actually-
really good, I will just buy it. Right?
Yeah, I've been wanting that game too,
developers.
purely for
A lot of people.
Monaco.
More every day.
Oh man, the clips are so good.
I know. Can I interest you ladies in a? Ah!
Ever use one of those?
Fucking clocks himself with his own staff.
There was a scrapper on Bravo.
I request trial by combat.
Trying to survive.
I don't have to participate, do I?
No.
Please help me.
I'm never teaming up with you again, but there will be fighting. That's true. There will be a lot of fighting. It's so stupid.
Ascension cable's holding.
But yeah, so I got it for Expedition 33, and then I also realized that Elder Scrolls, like Oblivion Remastered, is on Game Pass, and so is
Yeah.
Lords of the Fallen, which I didn't know was on
Use
Game
that
Pass.
terminal to rotate the
Basically, every new game is on game. It's just how it is, and then it'll disappear in about a year.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of pissed as well, because I ended up just buying Liza P on Game Pass anyways, because they were gonna get rid of it.
Syndicate trained, but got on
Well,
the wrong
yeah.
side for employers. Bravo used to fly for the Republic.
So now all I gotta do
I would
is
prefer you buy the game.
just wait for
Cantina
Overture,
on Norsid. Bounty hunter got the drop on me. Twins threw him down a mine shaft.
which actually comes out in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and then you're not gonna shut up about it because you're gonna be too busy sucking at goddamn dick.
Yep. The only person I know that actually liked Liza P is William himself.
Okay,
Well,
settle down.
The game reviewed extremely well. I don't think it's a bad game. I just think Willie has like legitimately the love of his fucking life at this point.
I may or may not have
If-
achievement hunted that game too.
If that game turned into a person, he would just fucking absolutely tongue that goddamn video game for the next fucking year.
I saw a lot of clips and I watched Will's playthrough of it, and that was really all I needed of it. I was like, okay, cool. It's a Souls-like with a fun setting.
That's what I'm
I
here
have
for.
Sekiro.
Man, does it?
What fun would that be? That was the
What
new
else?
guy.
What else could I
Bit of a
need?
toddler, but good in a fight.
It's
Huh, I'll take it. Gab sliced the yacht. Senator can't call for help, but he's locked in pretty tight.
You try knocking?
So I'm just with a new crew this game then. I'm not with Seer and Grease.
They've all wandered off in between games.
I just bet the
Yeah,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
or in between games.
Oh, what the fuck? The two enforcers that were beating the shit out of me at the beginning are on my side? I'm confused.
I get the mantis, right?
Sorry, Gabs. Not mine to get.
And yes, Stephanie, pretty much. I mean, that's every night, but it's nothing new.
That yacht's a side in our Rim City.
The Senator has military intel on his personal terminal here. Could give us a fighting chance against the Empire.
this is nothing.
Captain secured blast.
That's,
Even the
this
twins
is
got those bad boys open.
this is casual.
Yes, please help me.
How do
You
you
don't
really
know what
turn
happens
this
behind
build
closed
off?
doors.
Then I'll work my slicer magic. With my lovely assistant.
You know
I'll
nothing,
grab a
Jon Snow.
transport. That
Once
before
you have consumed the ichor of roasting, William, you live a half life. Neither alive nor dead.
Dude, the only time you roast me is when you have the brain cell. Need I remind you the fucking monologuing brilliance I gave you the other night off the, like, cuff of my shirt?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
No, I'm the one
Well-
who spends all the time shit-talking him because he makes my brain cells die.
I'm just adding to the
Well-
party.
In the span of, I think what was it? I think I sent you the first note about it at like 3 in the afternoon. I got home at
Yeah.
6, and the span of 3 hours completely converted a mission in Gears of War 5 into a playable mini shot for Dungeons and Dragons.
We'll find out how playable it is.
Yeah, we will when I run it
Yeah, I
actively
know.
for a player group that I have. Which is the whole reason why it came up, because I've been
I'm
procrastinating.
well
doing
aware. I
rewrites.
heard the story of what the fuck happened with it. I'm just amazed you trusted Willie to do it and are just gonna throw it blind at people.
To be very fair,
Give me the heads up.
as we kind of went through it, I actually like the layout of it makes sense as far as like if you need like because like a one shot is something you play in 8 hours. I classify a mini shot as half, which is a typical D&D session that I'll run, so like 4 to 5 hours tops. As we were talking about it, and like we changed some stuff just to kind of make it fit the format better, and I reworded some things just kind of to fit my style.
That's not what I want to do.
It was like, it was pretty killer. Like, it should work fairly well. And the stuff that won't work super good, I can, like, or might not work, just as we were kind of talking about it, I can just kind of cut or add as needed.
I loosened it up for you.
Nice job, Cal. Hop on. We'll bring you down.
Yes, I felt good about it.
Gas all yours.
Ah! Why can't I move? Oh, you're moving the ship, that's
And I
why.
think Landon has some solid ideas for the Sea of Thieves stuff in order to make that a little bit more interesting. So,
Oh, okay.
when
So,
he gets back on Sunday, I will.
yeah, might still be able to, well, might still use that as like an alternate thing.
Yeah, we're gonna try and salvage the floor a little bit because I think the idea was good. The execution just was bad.
Yeah, like the basis is there. There's no point getting rid of it.
Yeah. And I mean, like, to really ego stroke, it's the only floor that I personally did not write.
Jesus
And it's
Christ.
the only floor I hated completely. I was like, the second we finished it, I remember actually apologizing to everybody that played in it. I was like, this was bad, and I'm sorry.
I mean, to be fair, again, it probably would have been a little more interesting with the action if your brother had not figured out how to eliminate millions of tons of water.
Yeah, that happens.
Maybe I could change
Chip
his
off
mind.
the old block, that guy.
Jesus.
You will give me access to your terminal.
I can't.
You can trust us. We're all friends here. Unlock it.
We're all friends here. I can trust you. I will unlock the terminal.
Yeah, so we're pulling the mind trick stuff now.
Use the force, Luke.
If he moves,
You know, I still
Last
love
Fetty
that,
on the JBL, Luke.
that I've always found it funny that the Jedi mind trick is one of those things Star Wars stories have had to run circles around, desperately trying to explain why it's a light side power and not a dark side power.
Yeah. Explain that.
Breakthrough we were hoping for.
here's a
Where'd the
fight.
cat go? I feel like I should be concerned, but I'm not.
I believe the general answer is, despite what it seems like, you can't actually make someone do something they aren't already predisposed to doing, basically.
The compromises I made created a future for my people.
Which really makes you question how it works on people in general, but, you know...
At least they are alive. Why fight when you can't win?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes
Surrender
sense.
tastes bitter.
To a certain
first.
extent, I would be
let me see if
more
I can
akin to
remember.
believing that it, like, it removes,
Free me,
or like,
and we'll cut a deal.
how do I phrase this in a way that makes sense?
Yeah, apparently there is a dark side version of it, literally.
Son of a bitch. Oh.
Yeah, there is. I think it's more like it loosens your inhibition on doing a thing.
Someday
So
when
you're
the
more
Jedi
easily
see this,
persuaded to do it.
they'll know the Jedi never stopped fighting for them.
It's just alcohol
disappointing.
provided by the Force.
Apparently, the answer is it
That
basically
makes
just
more sense.
it basically just is momentary hypnotism, just double checking. As it states, the affected individual would absentmindedly repeat the practitioner's exact words and then act accordingly, with their own thoughts agreeing on what was suggested they do. They would rarely remember the experience later. So it's basically just hypnotism.
Huh. That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, like I said, Star Wars has had to struggle with the fact that they literally they're like, so there are light side and dark side powers, yeah. So why the fuck is fucking mind fucking someone one of the light ones? Don't ask questions.
And then they don't remember it later.
This one's for the good guys, folks. It's just a little hypnosis, not a lot.
Like all the other light side powers are like,
where was it?
Force speed, Jedi meditation, which I believe has been recanonized.
It just said there was something to scan here. Now there's not.
It's behind the desk.
Force spirits are a light
Oh no,
side
it's the
thing.
plant.
Animal taming is.
Never mind. No, it's not.
Hell, Cal's ability of the psychometry, where he touches items and can.
Oh right, yeah, and can tell the history.
That's a light side thing. He's not the only person to have that ability, but yeah.
It's just rare.
As I've
He is
stated
just
before,
currently the most notable within canon to have that.
him and I can never remember if it's Quinlan or Kinlan.
Quinlan boss.
Thank you. I could not remember. It had been just long enough. I forgot which way it was to say it. But yeah, he also has the ability. But as I've stated before, look, it's basically obligatory for every single fucking Jedi protagonist to have some unique facet of the Force that they're abnormally good at. Although, it is worth noting, it rarely comes up. Basically, everybody you've ever seen in Star Wars does have a specialty in the Force.
Is there time for a quick tour?
It's just how Plo Koon canonically has the only good side version of Force lightning. Riddle me that one, Batman.
Are you talking current canon or old canon?
I think it's both, but that might have
No,
just
well,
been
if it was
Legends
old canon, no, it wasn't.
Who had it?
Luke literally made.
Oh right.
Light side Force lightning. I can't remember what he called it, but no, Luke did it too.
Feels good to make a difference.
Oh man, what did he call it? It was.
Make the huts look clean by comparison.
Chidori.
Oh boy.
Har 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 har.
Ha
he ha.
You weep, Brad. They don't call it that in Star Wars.
It wouldn't be that anyways, because Chidori isn't making fucking bolts of lightning, it's making a ball of lightning.
Yeah.
All is Force lightning.
What took you so long? Why you've been chasing shadows?
Electric Judgment? Force Judgment? I feel like Force Judgment is correct. Given
How the fuck are you
the
still
sources
alive?
that I'm finding.
I still say my favorite thing though when it comes from the KOTOR games. Fred will remember this. I love that the dark side unique power is mind control. Okay, that's fittingly dark side. The light side unique power is blowing up droids.
Variants of Force Lightning, Electric Judgment, also known as Emerald Lightning.
Yeah, that's...
This light side variant of Force Lightning is used by some Jedi Knights and Masters to launch green or orange bolts to stun or kill their enemies.
Yeah,
Like
as
most
far as
other
I know,
forms
it
of
hasn't
Force
become
Lightning,
recanon. But yeah.
it's possible to feel using feelings of justice or the normal method of using one's anger.
Yep.
Hold on.
Yeah, how is it different from Force Lightning? I know. Don't go there.
Plo Koon was a noted user of this technique.
Hell, gotta go!
Yes, but that's old canon. Plo Koon's spelled like anything new in new canon. Basically, none of the original Jedi Masters have had anything written about them yet. Hilariously, I think the person in the Jedi Temple who's had the most written about them in new canon is the fucking librarian.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Jocasta knew.
Yeah, Jocasta. Because I'll tell you right now, you know that holocron you were hunting for in the first game?
Right.
Yep.
She personally fought Vader for it.
Oh shit!
Yep.
Kidding me?
She stuck her lightsaber into a gun and blasted him.
Wow, that's actually really smart.
It kind of fucked her lightsaber
She has some
up,
metal
but,
as fuck moments.
That
in
that
new
woman
canon.
is kind of insane.
Yeah, which is funny because in old canon she never did anything
To the Mantis.
whatsoever.
Yeah, she was
old
always
canon,
just
she
there in
dies
the library,
immediately.
like, I don't know.
Yeah, she's one of the people who died at the start of Order 66, having achieved nothing at
More
all.
later. Gotta keep moving.
I still find it funny, and it's been pointed out, I still find it funny, had Anakin not been there to attack the Jedi Temple, the Padawans alone would have killed all the clones.
Yeah.
One step ahead.
Literally the only reason the attack on the Jedi Temple works is Anakin. Also, can I still say, and this makes me laugh every time, I still love the concept of a training lightsaber, because apparently, somehow, Star Wars physics let you make plasma not lethal. Because the answer isn't that they're using like a thing that looks a lot like a lightsaber and isn't. No. Training lightsabers are just lightsabers you can turn the power down on, so they only stun you.
It's like when you put your phone on battery savings mode, but you can still use your phone completely without issue.
That's not how plasma works.
It's exactly how plasma works.
It really isn't.
According to Star Wars, which is the only science we need.
Dear Lord. But I still would have found it funny. Could you imagine had fucking Anakin not been there and Sidious had tried that and then like everything fall apart and it's like
Because of the
Sidious,
kids.
how did you lose attacking the Jedi Temple? The Padawans killed all of us.
I spent
them.
years
Wait, like-
building an
like
army.
Like the 16-year-olds, no, the 10-year-olds.
Maybe that's why he sent Anakin to the temple.
That is because like literally only a Jedi could ever take the temple. Padawans may be untrained, but I would remind you, a Padawan is still faster and stronger. Than
Oh yeah, a force-sensitive being is still a danger.
Yes.
The
And that's
weirdest example to compare that to, because it sure as hell worked, because even Ali understood it. Listen, I live to serve. Like, that's... it's like when you use your phone.
Fucking Christ.
That's evidence that I have the brain cell right now. Oh man.
Chris, we gotta stop this. We're
No,
slowly making the
no.
people around us worse.
No, it's not
They're
that you
getting
have the
dumber.
brain cell.
This is how we multiplicate the brain cell we take from others.
You know what,
No.
Azura, it's 11 p.m. I guess I could feed you. The one last time today. She eats 3 times a day, dude. She eats more than I do. This cat, I can't understand it. I can't fathom it.
Not today.
And every time, it's like, there's never been food before, and there might never be food again.
Is she one of those cats that dives headfirst into the food bowl like she hasn't eaten in 24 hours?
Yeah. 3 times a day. Like clockwork.
That
She
is
will wake
amazing.
me up on Saturday if I sleep in.
Yeah.
And, like, hit me with the, hey, dude, it's food time, brother. I remember last Saturday, I was telling Will about this. I'll tell Chad this, because this is a cute story about my roommate's cat. So they adopted this stray cat. And they have trained her that she gets food 3 times a day. And it locks chronologically with one of my roommate's schedules for school. So she gets fed in the morning, when she gets home from school, and before she goes to bed, so that she will not wake you up in the morning, right? That's the ideology.
We'll find them.
Be ready.
Right.
First night, home alone, it's just me and the cat for the first time, literally ever. And at 1:30 in the morning, she is poking me very gently because she's learned that if she violently tries to wake you up, she just gets whacked. So 1:30 in the morning on a Sunday, she's waking me up, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I give her the swat, she fucks off, we're all good. 4:30 in the morning, she is now trying
Careful, BD.
more. How do I phrase this? More
Adamantly?
adamantly, yeah, that's a good word for that, to wake me up. And I remember looking at her and I was like, there's food in that bowl. And then she just meowed at me. And I was like, if there's food in that bowl and you make me get out of bed, I'm closing the door. And she looked at me like, Your Honor, there's never been food in that bowl. I got 5 steps out of bed into the hallway that connects my bedroom to the kitchen. And the second I was in that hallway, she took off. Because this cat, for whatever reason, has this weird anxiety around eating. If you're not standing there to watch her, she won't eat. Riddle me that one, Batman. And so I got within 10 feet of the kitchen, heard her sprint into the kitchen, and immediately start chowing down. And I just turned around, closed the door of my room, and went back to bed. I was like, you've got to be shitting me. And then I woke up at 9 o'clock to her trying to wake me up while I was in bed because there was actually no food this time. And she does this fun thing where she'll stick her paw underneath the door as she like tries to get in. Oh, poured that one too fast. Way to go, Chris. And
Number 4.
yeah. So she's real sly about it, real cute. Number 4. But also a massive pain in my ass.
With this place.
I can't understand, like, and this is every day. There was 3 days in a row of that. Super sick, super cool treatment from the cat.
Aren't you excited for Landon and Angela to get home?
Man, Landon gets home on Sunday. I've never been more excited in my life. Him and I have been talking all week because he's been more responsive because he's at a port in Canada, so he has better cell service, but he also knows I'm home alone with the cat, and I am not a cat guy, so none of the cat stuff that would be considered normal to me is normal. And yeah, so he's been doing his best to kind of answer timely so that I'm not just concerned, stressing out. Yeah, I've told him a couple times, I was like, brother, when you get home, it's gonna be the best. Like, this is, I mean, I don't have to worry about this fucking cat anymore, because she stresses me out sometimes. She's the most dog cat I've ever met.
That is
Which
amazing.
they've actually pointed out is that, like, I pet her like she's a dog, and she just takes it. Big fan.
Attention.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because, you
I
know,
let her
they
fuck
never
the
get
dog
enough.
in the morning, and then she starts poking me. She's like, hey, it's food time, dude. Yeah, I get it. Very sweet cat. I will put a picture of her in the gaming channel for you all to bear witness. The sweet cat.
Yes, I know.
She is genuinely very sweet, but she's also a pain.
They want me.
It also doesn't help that you feel that way because you're more of a dog person. Oh, that's one way to crash land a ship.
Yeah,
Cal,
those are the two
good to see you. All right.
items that I've sent my roommates that I've actually saved.
Spoke too soon.
I'll take the
She got a little crackheady on me, and then I remembered that's because Angela like spends half an hour running the rank out of her, with just his cat, like literally a piece of string
Yeah, so that doesn't help.
in the living room. So I had to find string in the house, which I didn't think was going to be a challenge. It wasn't that big a challenge. Uh-oh, this file takes up too much space. I guess no video. Enjoy just the picture of the cat. She's sweet. She watched the opener of the stream, and then she walked off because she didn't want to hang out anymore.
She was also just as bored with it.
I like how Stephanie was immediate on that. Like,
oh, she's watching. She was waiting.
Delay, the stream delay would have been just enough that by the time I sent it, she was looking at Discord. Yeah, she's very sweet. I will give her that. A message in Discord. Immediately, what can I say? I love cats. That's fair enough. I was always a dog person. That's
But you're
just,
hurting bad inside,
we had
Kestis.
dogs.
I can sense it.
It is what it is. My dad, when he bought his house and we were helping him move in, kind of like polled the audience on what we thought he should get as a pet. And he was like thinking about getting a cat. And I was like, hey, don't do that. He's like, why not? I was like, you have a backyard. Just get a smaller dog. And he just kind of looked at me. He's like, why don't you like cats? I'm like, because I live with one. You don't want that smoke.
Make me a legend.
I should, because I'm a good friend, start the kids' computer update this game. He's gonna go back. He's gonna want to play some games. Big gamer.
Ooh,
I also will
dual
say
stance.
I really like that they brought back the Ninth Sister as a character.
I honestly forgot all about her.
I'd like to play with my...
That's fair. I wish the Inquisitors, the Inquisitors have cool lightsabers. I wish they weren't so dumb though. You know what I mean? Zach,
Yeah,
I feel
fair.
like you'd have a take on this that I actually would like to hear.
I wasn't listening. What the fuck do you want about?
Inquisitor lightsabers and how they're dumb.
They're extremely dumb. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I feel,
The
I feel
stupid
valid in
spinny
my take.
lightsabers are the dumbest goddamn thing. I'm willing to give Disney canon a hell of a lot more, like, niceties than a lot of people are, but Inquisitor lightsabers is the dumbest fucking things.
Your name was Masonatide.
I half blame the fact that I believe the first place those showed up was in Rebels, so I blame the fact that it was a kid series was there where they were introduced.
It's time to set you free.
That's very fair.
Considering we saw several Inquisitors in the comic books without the damage, including one who used Tanto sabers, and then we started seeing the spinny ones, and now we've been cursed with them forever.
Yeah.
Where
Okay.
the buttons at? Why does this monitor not have buttons?
Well, that was nice of Cal. Gave her a nice little vindication, acknowledging her name and existence before he just chopped her head off.
But hold on, I thought cold-blooded murder wasn't the Jedi way. What?
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't
I've
know.
watched Revenge of the Sith in theaters twice. Okay.
yeah, you're right. Oh, I get it. I can only have 2 stances active at a time. Okay.
Bet you that'll solve my problem, is if I turn the monitor that's supposed to be the correct orientation on. Right, they use a stupid program for...
Hey, Chris,
time
is
of
it plugged
day.
in?
It was plugged in to answer your question.
Yeah?
Force is with me.
Do me a favor. Have another beer.
I'm working on it. Just... I'm in the middle of queuing updates. Some of these will just transfer off of my PC, which is mint. The others will not. Both of my roommates use this weird program that changes the the temperature setting of their monitors, meaning like the basically how orange they are depending on the time of day. It's jank as hell, is what I'm here to tell you. It's wrong on so many levels. also wild that Landon doesn't have passwords on his computer.
Oh, brave soul.
I know. I was expecting it to need a password and to have to message him, and I know for a fact that right now it's like 1 in the morning at the port that his ship is currently docked in. No passwords. What a wild take. Couldn't be me.
I smell chaos. An opportunity to cause problems.
No, I wouldn't do him like that. He's my buddy.
You're a bad liar.
I'll leave it be. I wouldn't do that to your computer either.
You're a bad liar.
The others made it out. They'll meet us at the hangar.
I know what you're willing to do to your truck just to beat me in a drag race, so don't lie to me, boy. And I know that truck is your love.
Listen, it's a work truck at best.
Wow, it degraded fast. It went from my baby to a work truck real quick.
No, it was always a work truck. That's like my dad, for example. Here's a prime candidate. So dad's been asking me for help moving stuff because he doesn't have a truck, which is totally fair.
Yeah,
and he's paid me for it. I appreciate that. I don't expect him to, but he has. And he's been all wigged out because I don't have a box liner. So we just been scratching the shit out of the box. And he's all like, "Oh, I can't believe we're doing this." And Kelly's the same way, like my employer. It's like, I can't believe that we're scratching the box in your brand new pickup truck. And I was like, listen, it's a truck. Okay?
Yeah, it's meant to be used.
Meant to be put to work. If I can't put it to work, I don't want it.
Yeah, it's of no use.
And we were picking up, we picked up sections of fence today. And, sections of fence, base gravel, concrete, and some other assorted like construction supplies. He's rebuilding his fence in the backyard today.
Oh, okay.
And he was just like, "We're gonna wreck the box of your truck," and I was like, "I literally couldn't care less."
That's not why I'm here.
Eventually, it will get box lined. That's good enough. Probably sometime at current rate next year.
Yeah, you gotta get all the fine-tuning on the golf done first.
Well, the golf is done for this season. Like it's pretty much ready to go.
But I'm not gonna see you tomorrow, though.
No, because I haven't changed the plugs in it yet.
So it's not ready
I am
to go.
gonna take it. Well, it's ready enough. It's just I'm not taking it down the drag strip because it's gonna. You know my track record of taking that thing to the track. It blows up every time I go to the track.
I know. That's why I wanted to see it firsthand this time.
What happened to them?
I wanted to see if a piston finally blew into the upper atmosphere.
Gaps.
No, we need to at the very least get to Gimli, and I need to have it blow on the new track surface.
Sorry, I got oil on your new track surface.
I need to oil down all that new track.
You're right.
Otherwise, it's not worth it. And then
make it slick for everybody behind you so that you have a better chance.
Exactly. I just gotta get one timed lap with my transponder on, and we're good. That's all that matters.
Not the valet service I was hoping for.
Bravo. You got Overwatch?
On it.
I was actually thinking about it. Here's a fun story. So, coming back from the liquor store with the groceries and stuff, and I wasn't, like, I drive pretty slow, right? I'm not, like, on city streets, in the truck. I'm not speeding everywhere. I have, like, even in the Golf, I don't speed. I will accelerate rapidly to the speed limit, but I will not speed.
Right, because who does that?
Yeah, so I'm crawling over the overpass that on Preston Avenue out of Stonebridge into my neighborhood. And I'm in the left-hand lane so I can turn left. I'm just going to take circle up to Clarence and then hop into the driveway. Whatever. Putting the truck in the driveway for tonight because I need it tomorrow morning. And I'm like idling up at 30, and I look up, light screen, and then I get like halfway into the intersection, and there's this car in the left-hand turning lane that is honking at me, like on the horn, blaring, honking at me. I look over, I just fucking idled through a red light. Light was fully red, and I just kept going. Because and the reason why was because I was sitting there thinking about the shit that I had to do tomorrow. And when I looked at the light, I looked at it well before I got to the intersection, and it was green. By the time I got to the intersection, it had gone red, and I was just cruising through, not paying enough attention. Right, little heat probably a little heat stroked, overtired, and I'm sitting there like, yeah. So tomorrow I gotta go to Early's, and then with the truck, and I gotta go to the dad's and drop the stuff off for his housewarming, and then I gotta go home, and then I gotta get the car and drive to Hepburn. Like, I'm running through all of the shit that I have to do, because if I don't think about it, I'll just forget and not do any of it. Like, I have to completely clean and cut the grass in the backyard, and then seed it, fertilize it, and water it. Hopefully the guy in the basement turned the fucking taps on. I don't know. Guess we'll find out. If not, I'll call the landlord, but I'll just, like, hey, I need you to get the water back on. But, yeah, I got a bunch of shit to do tomorrow, and, I was thinking about it, not paying attention to traffic, and I lucked out that, like, the person in the left-hand turning lane, it would have just gone red as I entered,
right?
Because they were still stopped. They had crept forward, and I just kept rolling through at like 20. And I realized what I had done as I was halfway through it, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm such an idiot." And then I immediately did the 360 for cops. I was like, all right, did anybody who could write me a ticket fucking see that? Like,
were you watching?
And there were no cops to be seen.
You are one lucky son of a bitch.
See, this is why I'll never win the lottery, though. I keep burning up my luck on stupid shit that I know better than to do. Like, there goes the retirement plan.
Nice. That one's all yours, Bode.
Holy.
I hunch this might be a hot exit.
Yeah, I felt like the king of the fucking idiots. I felt so stupid.
It's been a great first date and all, but
that might be why I had the wherewithal to get my laundry going earlier today, is because that was when I had the brain cell.
We'll settle up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, I can trust you.
Because that would have been about 6:30.
Yeah. Yep.
As you were putting your laundry in?
I just put my laundry in at 6:27.
Nice.
You're a great fighter,
For those in the chat missing
how well you
context,
Oh.
Cobra and I share a brain cell. We are one human.
Yep. One sentient being, two voices.
If you were to ask the brain cell, yeah.
One of us is just a really good puppeteer. It's up to you to figure out which one is the real.
How we looking, BD?
Yeah. We've been working on the ventriloquist act.
Whatever it is.
We're gonna take Jeff Dunham down.
I'm kind of surprised Grease let us keep the Mantis.
Honestly, though, yeah.
No traffic. Looks like this portal's under maintenance. As soon as we breach the surface,
Also, Steph, that is a very cute cat.
Gotta take the risk.
10 out of 10.
We've already overstayed our welcome. We got company.
On my mark, hit the brakes. We'll drop behind him. Copy that, Bravo.
You know, can I just say, I am very much, like, I've always preferred the light side and, like, the rebellion side of things, but When it comes to fighters and everything, I've always enjoyed the screaming howl of a TIE fighter more than anything else.
Hope that's the last of them. Not a fan of long goodbyes.
It's just, you know, like a lot of the other ships are dead quiet, or they make that constant, like, surge drive noise as it spools up. But then you hear a TIE fighter coming in, it's like, what's that howl? Oh.
Can't shake him.
Hold on.
That's one way to do it.
Learn that move from you. Here's our exit. We're almost there.
All coming in from the surface.
And on our tail. We're trapped.
Shields down. We're almost. Ah!
Luke's X-Wing. Iconic.
Yeah. I mean, that's the ones that are expected to be low.
Golly. That's an adorable cat.
Took some hits
The
back
fuck
there.
are you people on about? I wandered off to go make a
Running
cup of tea.
diagnostics.
Lots of different things.
Stephanie just posted a picture of her chat in the Gaming Academy's meme chat because we were talking about my roommate's cat.
And you missed the conversation about us clarifying that we are one sentient with two voices here to take down Jeff Dunham with ventriloquism. Yeah, you're missing some things and stuff and things.
I fucking mentioning Jeff Dunham in fucking 2025. I bet half your fucking stream audience doesn't even know who that is.
I know, and it's very depressing.
It's really not. He was never that good.
I enjoyed him. I got to see him live. He was pretty funny, but I can understand how that type of comedy was not meant to last.
I've seen... You know who I've seen live that I really appreciate as a comedian?
Who?
I feel like everybody will agree upon. Gabriel Iglesias.
Oh, yeah.
I did not get to see him.
Even Zach agreed, gang. That's how you know he was good.
What were you saying though, Willie?
I did not get to see him, which I was kind of upset about. I actually haven't really gotten to see that many, that many comedians. I've seen two. And the other one was... Look, I'm forgetting his name. He was an Indian gentleman.
Russell Peters?
Yes, thank you.
Also a Canadian comedian?
Yes.
But one day, I will return to Dathomir and whisper what I have learned to my sleeping sisters.
Wow. I love that Steam crashed while trying to update games on my roommate's computer. That's so cool. I didn't even know that was an option.
I didn't really think about it until you reminded me of it, but can I just say, just picturing his face in my mind, can I just say he honestly looks a bit like if Tony were Indian? Yeah.
That's... Why you gotta do that? Damn it. Now I can never see that.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? It really does.
Somebody needs to send a picture to Tony's personal DMs and say I found you.
Found your doppelganger. Your slightly browner doppelganger.
This is what happens when you're out in the sun too long. Well, Stephanie knows who Jeff Dunham is, so that's good.
Yeah, but I think Stephanie is of the same generation as us, so I don't know if that necessarily counts.
Hell, she might be older than Willie, all things.
I think she's around my age.
Old like us, but I know better than
I
that.
know I'm no longer the youngest.
And I don't think there is anyone who is actively older than us.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Although I'm no longer the youngest. Blue is younger than all of us.
That's where you settled down.
Blue's a youngin'?
Yep.
Holy youngster.
If I remember correctly, he is 22 or 23.
anyone knows how to fix up the mantis.
Tiny
Hell
baby.
yeah.
Tried it.
Yep.
Tiny
boy.
baby.
Think we can make it?
Yep, there we go.
Granted, I get my like 3 months of age supremacy over Will,
Up before we visit Greece.
and then we will be the same age
You know
again.
how he is about that.
I get about 6 months over Fred. Actually, almost exactly 6 months.
Not saying anything.
Hell yeah, Blue.
Fred.
23 was a good time. You will enjoy. I enjoyed being 23 a lot. I feel like you will also enjoy it.
Shut the fuck up. You've been acting like you're 70 since you turned 18.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, you didn't know me till I was like 20, so shut up.
Oh, yeah, so I missed 2 years of you going, "Ah."
I wish I could say you're wrong, but honestly, you're pretty correct.
Fuck, I still remember the first time we all met in the hallway at school and, like, we were all avidly talking. You came out of class and you're like, oh, man, I had to install this U-joint, a drive shaft, and I had to hold the drive shaft up. Fuck my back. Dude, it's a 30-pound drive shaft.
Was it my back that I complained about? Are
Yes.
you sure, or was
Yeah.
it the fact that my hands are fucked?
No, it was your back and your shoulders because you had to hold it up.
Good job.
Mr. Iglesias with an I.
I always forget. Did you take mechanics at school, Fred? I always forget if that's one of the ones you took.
Yes, I didn't take aviation or woodworking.
But I knew you didn't take woodworking and aviation. I just couldn't remember. This was the last with your hands one you actually took.
Jesus, you can literally change every little
What
piece.
school did you go to that you could take aviation? Because I would have gone to that school.
Mount Royal.
Yeah, they do it as a 31 as a branch off from mechanics.
Let's head up to the cockpit.
That's sick as shit.
That
That's actually so cool.
That meditation circle was
Yeah,
out there
well,
a
I was
minute ago.
looking at it the other day. I was surprised at what schools in this city offer, depending on which school you're talking about.
Yeah,
Except for
that's fair,
Bedford, which has the
Stephanie. I
single
feel
most
that.
boring set of electives in the entire city.
You are not
Oh,
wrong.
no, that's not true. That's not true. Thean has the most
Oh,
boring set
yeah,
of
no,
fucking
Thean
electives in the cities.
When I was going to Bedford, Thean didn't even have any sports teams at all.
Well, not even just that. They're actual like elective classes. They just don't like have any good ones.
Oh
at
yeah,
all.
I just meant in terms of how boring the school was.
Yeah, Thean is a boring goddamn school. But yeah, depending on what you like, almost all the other schools in the city have something to offer. But yeah, no, Royal does a aircraft class. I believe it's both rotary and fixed wing, Fred, if I remember quite
Look,
correctly.
I found the Star Wars version of the Eye of Terror.
What?
For the aircraft class at Royal, it is both rotary and fixed wing.
I know it's definitely rotary because we had a mini helicopter.
I do remember the mini helicopter. I hadn't. Yeah.
Failing all over.
I do not believe we had fixed.
Didn't they have like a tiny Cessna in there for a while?
Not while we were there.
Fair. It might have been before we were there, to be fair, because that class actually includes us.
Public high school sounds like it would have been a blast. I don't know what I got in my high school time. I got a day off to pray for the success of Francis 16.
Well, someone probably got that day just literally a couple days ago. Actually, a day ago.
And you know what?
Oh shit! You know what? You're right. That's why it didn't work today.
I still, it's the one thing I'll give Quebec credit for. It is fucking absurd that Catholic schools are the only religion that get funding in this fucking country.
Flying
again without repairs.
Yeah, I did Catholic schooling from kindergarten to grade 12.
Oh, I know. I just would point out there's like 6 Catholic schools that are publicly funded in this city, and they shouldn't be at all.
I believe I went to one of them, St. Gerard.
Okay.
I went there from kindergarten to grade 3.
You can pretty much guarantee if it's named after a saint or a cardinal, it's Catholic.
Yeah. I mean,
My elementary
Quebec
school was Cardinal Leger.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
admittedly, I should correct it. Quebec still funds Catholic schools, but they fund literally every religious. So there are like Buddhist schools in
Yeah,
Quebec.
they make it fair.
I would rather have taken Buddhist studies than Catholic studies. I'll tell you that much.
I'll be entirely honest. I'm very thankful my family would never send me to Catholic school.
I went purely because I lived across the street. I had no choice.
No, even had we lived across from it, my family wouldn't have sent me.
So Grease
Well,
is
they
on
would
the
have
other side
fucking
of all
bussed
this?
me across the city sooner than send me to a
Mind
Catholic
giving
school.
me a closer look?
Don't get me wrong, my parents don't directly hate religion, but I know for a fact my family would never have sent me to Catholic school.
One big beast.
My family was very religious.
target.
I think to a certain extent, some of them still are, but like, it's no longer prevalent in like the way with which our family exists.
There's only one part of my family that stayed religious, but I will say, especially growing up, my direct family, i.e., my dad, my mom, and brothers, were the least religious family. Everyone else was still pretty damn religious. It was purely my little chunk of the family that was not religious at all. And thankfully, I got to avoid the being dragged to church on a few occasions. That was my older brother who had to deal with that when being babysat by aunts, and he found it extraordinarily uncomfortable. And I'd be like, "I wonder what."
Battleship doing here?
I never did.
Hard not to be uncomfortable, and the priest keeps making passes at you.
What would you say now? Come on.
I can just hear the pickup lines. So, ever been by an altar?
What are you doing after mass?
You say that like priests give pickup lines.
You want to go count our Holy Marys?
They absolutely do not.
No, they just fucking manipulate you into being in the back room.
New training to the back rooms. Escape the back room.
Yeah, I feel like I was lucky that the church that my schools were associated with was like, I'm gonna say, one of the good ones.
Well, it also helps that there aren't a lot of. It is noted that the churches that the schools are connected to here aren't generally Catholic; they're Christian, and there are a lot of like Lutheran or Anglican or Episcopalian or the like, because that's what most of the churches in the city are. They aren't Catholic.
Yeah.
No, this is the Holy Family Catholic Parish. I mean,
fair. I mean, there are more Catholic churches up here than there are, say, in the U.S., because there are almost no Catholic churches in the U.S.
Yeah, no, both the elementary school and the high school I went to, which was really fun. So, like, in the 8th grade, they give you, like, the high school options that they suggest you take, right? And for my school, it was I either go to Holy Cross or St. Joe's. Those were, as far as they saw it, the two options. And I remember being so in my head, I was like, those are the two options? That's all I have to pick from? And never even considering there was other high schools. And it wasn't until like the end of grade 12 when I had friends that went to other high schools across the city where I was just like, you guys got to take that? What the fuck? Really? I would have way rather have taken that. Like the amount of electives I lost because I was a French student, and also it was a Catholic school.
Yes.
Unreal. Like there were so many classes I would have absolutely rather taken. Like I got lucky, I will consider it, having been able to have taken like home economics, because I took food studies. I took food studies 10 and baking 20, and then food prep 30, which was like classes that I wanted to take because like, I'm a good cook already.
Of electives, but fair.
There was more. Like, if I wasn't a French student, I would have had the ability to take welding. We did have a shop class.
Well, what I even mean, like, how many electives did you have to take in total?
In grade 9, I could take one that wasn't banned. In grade 10, I had 2 slots. In grade 11, I had 2 slots. And in grade 12, I had 6.
Okay, that's more normal. The grade 12 one is fine. But yeah, no, for public schools, you have to take Correct me if I'm wrong, Fred. I think it's 5-5, or is it 4-4-5 electives or 5-5-6 electives for?
I had to
getting...
do 4-4-5.
I believe it was 4-4-5.
Yeah, that
in
sounds right, but yeah.
Oh,
in
hello,
America,
Hayes.
all you get. Yeah, in America, all you gotta do is count 2 grains of sand, and you good.
Yeah, but you fuckers are
That
literally
checks out.
forced to go to a specific school.
For
Because you guys get
education.
districted, where here we can pick basically any school in the city we want and go to it. The
Oh, yeah,
school
no,
I
we
went
get
to was
fucked.
nowhere near.
I had a friend who, much like, actually, it reminds me of a YouTuber, Aaron Hansen. It's a very similar scenario where he had to. We all lived in a really, really good neighborhood for one point after like a certain year point, and he moved out and got to like the outer limits of the city, and so he was going to get forced into a different district where it was like north side, so like everyone's like, okay, north side's kids, you know, and his mom's like, I do not want him to go there because A, he loses all of his friends, and B, it's north side, so, which is enough said. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. And so he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna just. You're gonna get your GED, will you? And I was like, yeah, of course I will, Mom. And of course, he got his GED before we even finished high school.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
he,
no,
I mean, he was smart. He's actually he was probably the smartest out of all of us, logistically.
But yeah, no, here we don't have to deal with it. You can go wherever the hell you want.
I mean, they do give you that half-ass recommendation that you try to stay somewhere close in your community, but most people just look at them and say, fuck off, I'm going where I want.
Well, I mean, even like, for example, where I went to WP Bait down in Meadow Green.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
rather clearly nowhere near the high school I actually went to. And even then, like, they funneled a lot of its oil. Not all of them, but a decent chunk of those things.
Although, can I just say, since I've reached this part in the game, it is hilarious hearing the B1 droids talk again and their funny lines. Like that one that watched the other 2 people die. He's like, "You all failed."
Yeah. Oh, B1 droids.
Is that a giant crater?
B1 droid
Wow.
is fucking suffering. I still love, and frankly, Disney didn't manage to fix this either. If anything, they made it worse. I still love the fact that, like, droids are, like, fully sentient beings. Some of them can even develop the Force, and yet they're just murdered en masse, enslaved, memory wiped, generally treated like less than fucking dirt, and these supposedly good characters just roll with it and go, yep, let's just keep them slaves.
Yep. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's so nice. Oh yeah, but the point I was going to say, even speaking as a rather obviously person, I went to Royal and I took woodworking, drafting, home ec, graphic design. The fuck was the last elective I took? I'm missing one.
I oddly enough really enjoyed doing photography. I took photography. I took dance.
Like half my friends took photography. I did not. It was contemplatable, but there were only so many elective slots in a day.
That's true.
Fucking. Did I say electronics? Because that would have been the last one.
I don't remember if you did or not, but yeah. So yeah, I took
think that would have
dance.
been the
I
last
took
one.
photography. I took music. I took theater.
So you took all the goddamn fucking theater kid ones? Drama kid
Pretty
ones?
much, yeah. And then for whatever reason, I had the good idea to take law, because apparently that was an elective at Bedford.
No, it is at Royal too. So is
Okay,
philosophy.
okay, good. I did not take philosophy. Instead, I took advanced chemistry because I'm a fucking idiot.
Well, we didn't have advanced chemistry as one. We just went up to Chem 30 because you had to take a science class in each year.
Yeah, no, we had advanced, and I mean, I passed it, but I questioned my life resolve every time.
I finished the science course I finished on would have been 530.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, no, before my body failed, the only things I hadn't passed were math, one of my English classes, and was I missing 2 or 3 credits in the end? Fuck, I don't even remember. Because I feel like I was missing one other thing, but I don't remember what it could have physically been anymore. I still find it funny that despite the fact that I missed as much school as I did, I still managed to pass all my drafting classes. And that isn't by saying, like, the teacher gave it easy or anything. No, I just did a lot of work when I was there, because it was a class I was very good at.
That's fair.
This is really not pleasant.
If it weren't a hard business to get into and my body hadn't fucking failed, it probably is what I would have tried to get into after school.
I have an uncle that was that was what he did. He was a drafter.
Yeah.
He had a career as a drafter for 40 years before he retired.
I mean, I always heard from people in the business, don't try and get in, like, an actual, like, big business doing it. Find someone who does it and, like, drafts houses for, like, literal small dwellings and basically become their apprentice, because it's the only sane way you'll ever actually get into the business.
The way I did field engineering, which is kind of like drafting, where you take existing maps and you update it with whatever cable system they put in for a while. Like,
Yeah. No, I did full, like, on house design drafting.
I did that for a little bit, but then I realized I'm kind of bad about traveling and then staying on top of my own schedule. So I was like, I like having a work schedule where it's like, yeah, this is where you
Where it's preset for you.
Well, I mean...
Yeah. Independent. You work for yourself sometimes. I'm like, yourself is your worst enemy.
Oh.
See, I think the problem, if I had my own set schedule like that, I mean, I kind of do now, is I would want to be doing as much as possible as soon as possible, and I would, like, work myself ragged and then take, like, a month to sleep.
Yeah, I know. You don't have to say, Willie.
I am the opposite.
And then I think had things not gone a little sideways for Fred, I think Fred was most likely contemplating getting into welding after high school.
Welding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd honestly...
Yeah, you may not know it if you never saw Fred at school, but he really enjoyed it.
Oh, I remember...
He talked about it when we were kids playing on Xbox 360.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it. And you were saying you were getting into welding in high school, and I was like,
and all
that's
the
cool, being like 2 years younger than you.
Yeah, all the conversations we had at work about it.
Yeah, no.
It's really weird because I weld left-handed. I'm right-handed.
Why do you weld left-handed?
I don't know.
I mean,
but yeah, if I remember quite correctly, from everything I know about electives in high school, we're welding.
I mean, I'm predominantly left-handed, and I'm full right-handed. I mean, there is no real reason for it. It's just more comfortable.
I golf both left and right-handed.
There is at least in the left-handed case of right-handed, that's another case where you do have to get left or right-handed balls, and that can get notably more expensive.
Hey, one's always smaller than the other.
Mm-hmm. Well, because I mean, if I remember quite correctly, if I remember my knowledge of bowling balls, what little I have quite correctly, you do have to carve the holes slightly differently to account the
you're thinking
direction.
True, yes. For 10-pin, you're right, but I did 5-pin, so it really didn't
Fair,
matter.
so you didn't use you used the smaller.
No, which I actually have like $3,000 worth of bowling balls because I've got like 4 custom sets of bowling balls.
No, fair.
Along with 2 custom pairs of shoes, one of which glows in the dark.
We just need to find here. Grease is gonna be surprised to see us, huh?
Yeah, so anyways, if you guys want to know how seriously into bowling he is, you can send your questions to championbowler@notarealemail.com.
And don't fucking remind me.
Because I'm not about to dox my friend.
You know what's fucking funny? I have no shame.
Your old ass email.
I have I have no shame in saying this, that he just fucking called out my actual email.
Oh my god,
is the actual end? Yes.
Yeah, because it's what your username used to be.
Yeah, it's the email. Yeah. It's the email my parents made for me when I was a kid for a school project.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I just never changed it.
It's
very-
champion bowler at youcanfigureitout.com.
Can I
You could
just
say-
say I can't
yeah, that's
tell you're
very
about half a
bold
decade
of
younger
you.
than me?
Yeah.
Because I'm... No, it's not that. It's because I'm just old enough that I came from the time when I made my own email account even as a wee lad because my parents knew nothing about the internet back then because the internet barely existed.
I'm younger than you.
My
Same.
parents knew just enough.
Yeah.
John,
you had a home
can I
computer.
date myself way too fucking hard?
That
Is
a time before YouTube?
That, but I was going to say, does anyone remember back when Neopets was the big thing?
Oh, God.
Yeah, shut up.
Does anyone fucking remember trying to get insert favorite Neopet here you could never fucking get because it would never fucking show up in the pound?
Yeah.
Or, God forbid, you wanted a Lupus and every single one of them was stolen 3 seconds after the day started? Not
Club
speaking for personal experience here.
Club Penguin. Did anyone try it? I did it for like
No,
a month.
I
and
just
hated
barely
it.
avoided Club Penguin, but I do know other people who did Club Penguin.
I didn't go do that.
I know other
Penguin
people
was
who
my
did that.
first MMO.
It was a lot of people's first MMO. What was mine?
I went from Club Penguin to WoW, actually. Yeah.
I didn't know you played
No,
WoW.
I think I did either.
RuneScape.
I was gonna say either Adventure Quest Worlds or RuneScape was my first, and I think.
Yeah,
it was
that's right.
RuneScape.
There
Yeah,
was
honestly,
RuneScape and Adventure Quest.
Is it weird to say that I escaped RuneScape? I never played it as a kid. And I wonder
Oh,
if
I
I
did.
dodged a
I
bullet.
absolutely did.
Neither did I. I knew
I didn't
about
play
it,
very
but I
long.
went straight to WoW.
So,
I dodged a bullet.
for anyone who played RuneScape originally, so what was the first thing you got sidetracked doing? Fucking like leveling your wood cutting, your praying, your
Mining.
your mining, your magic.
Hey, that's not that different from WoW,
Or
actually,
praying.
because I can't tell you how many high-level areas I intentionally went into just to mine shit. I would run away for hours from enemies just to mine.
It's weird, but yeah.
WoW
This
has
may-
a very big base in RuneScape.
This may surprise you, but the first thing I got really fixated on doing once I unlocked the ability to do it was fishing. In
That-
RuneScape.
Yep.
No, a lot of people.
Wait, Chris,
But yeah,
wait.
no, RuneScape is
We're-
slightly downgraded.
Did you scan the creature?
I was pretty sure
no,
I
he
did.
didn't. The prompts just popped up on the stream.
Womp. But I was going to say, RuneScape is like slightly simplified, like EverQuest. WoW is extremely simplified EverQuest.
Yeah, I played a little EverQuest because I had a buddy whose stepdad was really into MMOs. That was his whole thing. Like he owned the original box for World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
I remember that
original
box.
Wrath of the Lich King box.
Yeah, I
still
know
got
people
that
who
box.
do.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure there is in the house I am currently in an original WoW box. I just don't know where it currently is.
Yeah, I still have mine.
He was the first person I ever met that was like this. So
Wow, that's amazing.
yeah,
Shut up.
I know. But so he got my dad into playing games because him and my dad were the same age. And so my dad got into WoW, and for like literally less than a day, that was the longest my father lasted as a gamer. And then he was just like, well, I paid for a month, so I guess. And I was like, can I play the game? And he was just like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. So I played WoW.
Good job.
And I played it straight through to the end of Wrath. Alone.
That's where your addiction started.
Didn't understand how the multiplayer component of it worked. I was like, this is a really good game. And yeah, and the rest is history. That was the first MMO I ever really got into. Played RuneScape, wasn't very good at it. Played EverQuest, couldn't understand it. Played WoW, was like, this shit's my jam.
What was that weird? What was that weird ass MMO that had a bunch of like toon characters, like Toontown? Is that what it's called? Did anyone play that?
There's like 800 different ones that fit
Yeah.
that description, but I mean Toontown was one of them.
Yeah, my buddy, when I was a little kid, he loved that one, and I was like, I don't care.
I bet I can fucking tell how much you know weird fucking early 2000s MMOs if anyone knows the name Life.
Oh no!
Was that
Oh
the weird wizard one?
no!
No, Fly for Fun.
Oh, no, never mind.
Flight. F-L-Y-F-F. It was a Korean one.
There
They
was a
called
wizard.
themselves that because they were one of the first ones to do, like, wings and flying.
There
Except
was
it was a bitch to actually get your goddamn wings. I mean, Ragnarok Online, Maple Story, Mabinogi. Fucking God, what else did I play?
Wizards 101.
I never did play any of the 101. I of course know them, but I didn't play any of them. Dungeon Fighter Online. Oh fuck me! I was just looking through the Wikipedia page. Oh god, I forgot about Drift City. I forgot about Drift City.
Drifting.
I did play D&D Online, Fiesta Online, Global Agenda, which hilariously is made by the people who would eventually go on to make Smite, and it was a weird third-person shooter MMO. Granada with Spada, Gunzy the Duel, Lawtail. God, I played a lot of weird 2000s MMOs. Looking through the Perfect World. Did I... Oh god, I don't remember if I ever played that. I know the name, I just don't remember if I played it fair. Don't think I ever played Silk Road Online. Did play Spiral Knights. Surprisingly, never played Star Trek Online.
I never did either.
I have played
surprisingly have.
I have played Lord of the Rings Online though.
I don't, as a person, I was never super into Star Trek. I played a lot of Star Trek Online.
Do you want to know the funny thing is? I find that the people who played Star Trek Online were either huge fans of the series or people who knew nothing about it. No, like, average people who kind of like Star Trek played Star Trek Online.
Yeah, I knew nothing about it. I watched a nerd video on it, and I was just like, this is all I need to hear.
I know. Of course, Vindictus. Which is somehow still alive to this day.
What was that obscure, stuff? Okay, so you had to buy a stuffed animal, and it gave you a code, and then you could put that code online, and
I
then
know what you're referring to, I don't remember.
That's Webkins.
Oh yeah.
That's another one.
Yeah. Went through that rabbit hole too.
My kid, my girlfriend in middle school really liked it. I couldn't get into it.
PlanetSide 2, which is technically MMO, but also not. Rift.
PlanetSide 2, absolute banger.
All of these besides
was on and
RuneScape and
off.
MapleStory are dead, right?
Dead in a sense, but most of them still have people running them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Only of the ones I listed,
still.
yeah,
there's
exist.
still plenty of
I think
players.
like the only ones of I listed that are completely and utterly dead is if no one runs it is like Drift City, because that game died horribly, which is a shame because it actually wasn't terrible. But
Oh my
Star Wars
god.
MMO is dead too. Star Wars
Yeah,
Galaxy?
Club Penguin's dead.
Galaxy,
Oh,
yes,
Galaxy is, yes.
Galaxy has private servers, but yes, officially it's. Yeah, for a second there I was like, what do you mean the Star Wars MMO? Fucking, the Old Republic is still very alive.
Yeah, and I
but-
wish it wasn't, but here we are. I
We
hate
are.
Old Republic so much that it's because it's not canon, so it doesn't matter. Like
Well,
that's
it
where I
was
land
when
on the
it
Old
was made.
Republic.
It was
yeah,
when it was made.
And then Disney bought the franchise, and now it's not canon. Like, the only thing I like about the Old Republic is genuinely, I think what everybody else likes about the Old Republic is the cinematics.
Well, some
It's
of
like
the stories
the
were
best
good.
Star Wars media you will ever watch is a Star Wars The Old Republic trailer.
Like I said, some of the stories are good. Some.
Yeah, that's true. I
Well,
did play a lot of it.
Yeah, well, what I was gonna say, Willie, since you've only played a tiny bit of it, there is a lot of fucking content in the Old Republic, and it goes from good Star Wars to some of the shittiest Star Wars. It just depends on which part of it you're currently playing.
I think the Clone Wars is the best entry. like the old Clone Wars animated shows, 3D and 2D.
Oh, like the Gendy Tartakovsky stuff? Like from
Yeah.
2003?
Well, he likes both
That is
minis.
absolutely the best introduction to Star Wars.
I
love the
introduction.
minis.
I will agree, it's good as an introduction. It's one of the most confusing things ever made in Star Wars. If you introduce someone to Star Wars with the original Clone Wars cartoon, you don't want them to like Star Wars. And
No, if you're introducing them with the old Star Wars cartoons, you're introducing them to the concept of the idea. It's all there in the name. It's a Star War, bro. What's up with that, right? Like,
I think it. Yeah,
No,
it's the best-
I would say that introducing them to the 2005, 2003 minis is a bad idea. Have them at least watch the original trilogy.
I do,
if at the
like,
very least.
Because those, I feel like describing those, especially considering when they came into existence, those are up there with they're very. You want to know the thing I'd call almost closest to them in style? Samurai Jack.
that's because Gendy Tartakovsky made Samurai Jack.
I know. But the thing is, they're Samurai Jack, but about half the length and 10 times as confusing.
Yeah.
They are a terrible way to experience the series to start with.
Love
Besides
Samurai
just
Jack.
rocking at General Grievous while in a glass elevator.
I forgot it.
God bless your soul.
I forgot
You're
about that.
Absolutely correct. That is the best moment of that fucking whole show.
Yeah. Literally sees Grievous running up the wall. Hold on.
Yes.
Pulls out rocket launcher.
What?
I'm about to run your fate, son.
What happened to him?
Dude, I love
He
the
fell,
scene-
sir.
I love the scene where they're getting overrun, and one of the troopers, I think, or like the one with the blue armor set, was like, "We're getting overrun."
Commander Fordo.
Yeah, Commander Fordo, and he just like starts dual wielding pistols.
And he's got red armor, red painting.
Yeah, red painting, and he's just like, "Oh, we're getting overrun." Starts dual pisting, then he just gets out a freaking machine blaster, and he's just going, and he's still holding out the fort. He's like, "Bro, you took care of the problem." Fucking love that anime series.
It's
what got me into
such a
Star
good
Wars.
series. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Because it has no context. What you're introducing people to with the 2003 minis is like the concept of you've got these cool guys that wield supernatural powers with swords made of light, and the clones as a concept are dope as shit. It gives you the perfect gateway into maybe not the original series, which is probably like true Star Wars, I guess.
That should do it.
I like the original trilogy a lot.
I guess.
I have a story about that, but like to introduce somebody to like if they were like I know nothing about Star Wars, where do I begin? That's a perfect like gateway drug, because if they like that, they'll like probably everything else.
I immensely disagree that it's a great fan service thing for people who like the series, but it's nothing like the rest of Star Wars at all.
Yeah.
so now-
Seriously, I know you're a weird person in general, but that's your opinion on how to introduce someone to a series is actually batshit insane, and that's the politest words I have for you right now.
That was so uncalled for.
No,
Zachary,
the fact that
I
you
thought we were
actually
friends.
think that is a sane way to introduce somebody to a series like Star Wars is literally insane. And I mean that in the politest way I can phrase that. If you're going to start them with an animated series, you start them with the actual long-form Star Wars The Clone Wars. Because at least that is a good long-term story series that explains
To be
itself
fair-
reasonably well.
I want to say, to be fair, I said both. I said both.
No, I know, but
Clone Wars
he's trying to argue legitimately that the original one, the best way to introduce someone to Star Wars, and it really isn't. That's like throwing
Yeah.
someone at the new fucking anime fucking Star Wars Visions they've been making and saying, yes, this is Star Wars. No, it fucking isn't. That would just confuse the living shit out of people.
Life here was already hard before the
It's
Raiders came.
hard.
Just like introducing us
yeah,
to
we've
Star Wars
hijacked your
Clone Wars.
stream.
Oh no,
I've been gunned
I'm
down,
listening to
Chad.
the.
I've been murdered.
And you deserve it for what you just said.
I can't.
We're headed for the nearest outpost.
This is nonsense.
How far is it?
Not too far. Just past the
No,
kids.
I'm not taking it back.
Yeah.
I want to head there too. And stay in
Listen.
I will. Once I know the path.
Here's a fun story about Star Wars and me introducing it to children
Oh dear
with
Lord.
their parents' permission.
Oh yes, this one again.
So, for those of you who don't know the Deep Lore chat, I used to be a volunteer with a program that our goal was to basically, it was not paramilitary, but you could argue that it was. The idea was we were going to teach 9 to 12-year-olds basically like the entry into like military life. So we taught them how to do drill like the military does. We taught them how to do their uniforms to look uniform.
So, not quite
as
cadets.
Literally cadets, Navy League cadets. Like the entry,
Yeah.
so like there's tri-service,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
12 to 18. This was
Fred
like the
knows.
feeder to that.
Yes, but
I was a
those
sea
people
cadet
that might
for.
not.
For those of you that don't know, if you have it in your area, because I know the United States does have cadets in various iterations, it's just
Wow,
a
really?
very
One of the
different
most
structure.
militaristic countries on the planet might have cadets? What? No, really?
Check
Like
that
the
shit.
ROTC
Think
program.
of like, or if you don't know what cadets are, think about like the Scouts program, but like turn it up a little bit. Like add a little ante to the amount of punishment you can dole out when they do it bad. So I volunteered with the Navy League program, which is focused around 9 to 12-year-olds. As part of that program, we used to do live-in weekends where we would bring the kids into the building, we would stay with them for the weekend, and on every live-in weekend on Saturday night, because there's only one night, we would watch a movie. And I eventually hit a point in the leadership chain as an officer where I got to decide the movie. So, knowing full well what kids were going to be there, I would go to their parents and be like, hey, I have a weird question. Can I ask it? And almost all of them knew me personally and were game. So what I would do is be like, hey, do your kids have any knowledge of Star Wars? And Zach, you might think where I'm going with this is I would show them the 2003 Gendy Tartakovsky stuff. I wouldn't.
No, I get what
I
you're
would
getting at.
show them, what I would show them was episode 5. I would
Okay,
show
the
them
best episode.
I would show them The Empire Strikes Back. But to do that, because of the content rating of the movie, I would have to
Ask them to show
go
you.
ask all of their parents. So I would go around to these parents. Their parents thought I was like the best. They were like, because a lot of them, like, not that their parents were nerds like me, but like a lot of their parents grew up with Star Wars.
Well, yes,
And they
it
were
was one
like,
of the
yeah.
biggest films of its
Like,
time.
Literally the biggest film of its time. So they would be like, yeah, absolutely, you can show my kid Star Wars. What movie are you thinking about? Like, are you thinking about one of the prequels? And like, no, I'm going to show them The Empire Strikes Back. And all of them were like, hell yeah, that's rad. So for the Guard and the Band, which were like special divisions that got their own weekend, those kids actually got to start with A New Hope. And then the next weekend after that, because I didn't get to the point where I could decide the movie until like the halfway point in the year. So we started with A New Hope, and then the next weekend I had like all of the kids, like, and we're talking like 45 9 to 12-year-olds who have no experience with the Star Wars, except for my kids who were like a much smaller minority of this group, and I showed them Empire Strikes Back. The joy it brought me to watch them all, like every single child in that crowd when Luke and Leia kiss. Spoiler if you haven't seen it, it's 50 years old. When Luke and Leia kiss at the beginning of that movie.
Don't make me turn to
listening
fucking
to-
dust, because it literally is about 50 years old at this point.
God.
Listening
Older than
to
all of us.
listening to a gymnasium full of 9 to 12-year-olds go, ew, brought me the most joy I've ever heard in my life. And then watching them go from that
Ah.
to Luke, I am your father at the end of it, and all of them going, what? Really? That is
No way.
genuinely, and I mean this with my whole chest, that is the best film for, like, because you lose the context of episode 4, absolutely, but like, you get the best of it. It's like, there's intrigue, there's good fight scenes, there's like, you learn a lot about Star Wars in that episode.
You do.
And that's all you need.
But
And it's the
five is a
perfect
very
starting
good
point.
entry. 5 is a very good entry, and I'd say the other one that I would actually people is relatively new. I still stand, now that it exists, Rogue One is also a very
Rogue One's killer too.
also, can I say
actually,
something? You peak Mandela effect yourself there, because you do what everyone does and said, Luke, I am your father. That's not what Vader says. He legitimately doesn't.
Are you sure about that?
Yes,
I
he does.
know
Yeah.
I can tell you what the line is.
Really?
Obi-Wan never told me what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me you killed him. No, I am your father, is the actual line from Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
He never says
very
Luke's name.
similar.
He never says Luke's name, ever.
Steph out here again with the excellent Star Wars fun fact that you're absolutely correct on that. General Grievous and Anakin never met in the Clone Wars, and that is alluded to. Like, so in the animated series, it never happens. That happens because of the line in Revenge of the Sith, which is,
That
you're
implies
shorter
they
than I
don't know each other,
expected.
yes.
Because they've never actually seen each other.
Yes, because every fucking, like, they get so close during the fucking animated series so many times. But yes, because they couldn't have met. There's always honestly, the fucking writers kind of laughing at the fact that logically they can't meet. So they always miss each other by the smallest bit.
Yeah. I think, other than the Gendy series, that's why Asajj exists. Because 9 times out of 10, the reason why Anakin never meets Grievous is because of Asajj.
Yes.
Or Dooku.
Yes.
Because that happens a couple times, up until like the introduction of bounty hunters like Cad Bane.
Yes.
That's almost always the reason.
Yes,
So
and
you
then
just
in the
can't
late,
get there yet, bud.
and then in the last little bit, Anakin kind of falls off towards the end, because then the last like 3 seasons are mostly Ahsoka and Obi-Wan.
True. Season 7 of the Clone Wars hurts. I watched it when it came out. I have yet to ever go back and rewatch it.
Good job.
It's an excellent show. The entirety of the Clone Wars is very good.
It is.
It's so good. The real reason he didn't meet Grievous was because he had his eyes along on Dooku for taking his hand. That's probably right, Blue. Rogue One is your favorite Star Wars movie? Based take.
It is a very good movie.
It is my second favorite. Episode 5 is my first, but Rogue One is damn close.
I've heard
Rogue
a lot of
One
really
is-
good things about Andor Season 2.
So have I. I've seen people in some
I'm gonna-
Star Wars
I'm gonna
just
break-
them in fucking losing themselves over Andor lately.
I'm gonna break Chris's heart here. My favorite is episode 3.
That's my third.
That's a valid take.
Yeah, but
I
three
appreciate that take.
3 is absolutely the best of the prequels, and it is my third favorite. My order is
3, 1, 2.
no, not just for prequels. In general, it's 5 Rogue
The order
One,
for the prequels is
3...
3, 2, 1, actually. If you guess
No,
the
it's
worst.
no, it's 3, 1, 2. I fucking despise Attack of the Clones. I think it's one of the worst.
If the writing was better, it would be better. But the writing is so bad.
Literally, the only good part of Attack of the Clones is the Geonosis bit and only the late bit, and actually having to watch the movie to get to that is one of the most tedious experiences of my life. Either way, in all the mainline Star Wars movies, my order is it's 5, Rogue One, 3, 4, 1, 6. I actually don't like Return of the Jedi like at all. The only movie I think weaker than it is.
I personally can't stand the Phantom Menace. I like Darth Maul, but I think I like him a lot because of the Clone Wars, and less with the Phantom Menace. I like Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
Probably more because of the Clone Wars.
I don't. I'll be entirely honest. I think most people's problems
fucking
are.
hate Jar Jar Binks.
I was going to say, I bet if
and
I
the rest of the prequels cement my hatred of Jar Jar Binks.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure if I made a cut of that movie that just excises Jar Jar from it, it would go to one of your favorite movies because literally the rest
you
of
know what?
If
you did that, I would watch the Phantom Menace.
I'm pretty sure someone has made a cut of that out there.
I think I've watched it a grand total of like 4 or 5 times, which is staggeringly low compared to the amount of times I've watched the rest of the Star Wars movies.
Yeah, why don't you tell everybody how long it takes you to recover each time you watch the 3rd episode?
It's about 2 weeks. Genuinely.
Still breaks your heart every time.
It breaks my heart every time that Anakin turns to the dark side. Here's the thing, I love Darth Vader. As a villain, he's my favorite. And I enjoy Anakin as a character because he has a killer arc.
See,
but I cannot watch episode 3 without getting like absolutely fucked up mentally over it.
I would like 3 a lot more if there wasn't such a huge turn in Anakin's way of like all of a sudden just being evil.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm aware of why it's like that.
I mean, the funny thing is, if you really stop and contemplate it, I agree it is not great writing, but the funny thing is, if you really think about it by Star Wars standards, Anakin takes an abnormally long time to fall to the dark side, because most people fall to the dark side faster than he does.
Yeah, look at Dooku.
Dooku took like a decade.
Years.
Well,
yeah.
Insidious implied that it happened very quickly.
Absolutely valid. There's a whole series about that.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that.
Showcases Dooku's fall.
Well, I don't think
it's animated. Tales of the Jedi.
Yeah, no, I just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, no, but yeah, no. Yeah, Dooku took quite a while to fall, but yeah, no.
Tales of the Jedi showcases how Dooku absolutely lost faith in an institution he had every belief in beforehand.
Well, this is how I die.
Like his fall was probably preventable.
Been a good run.
Yep.
And it was Phantom Menace that, like the events of Phantom Menace that push him over the edge. So like, from a narrative perspective, Dooku's arc makes sense. Yes, hello, Azura. The cat's back.
Whatever will you do?
Whatever will I do? I guess give her the good scritches, because she's probably wondering why I'm not in bed right now.
Can I just say, I'm gonna blast my stuff out on social media. I don't care. Ahsoka was my first internet crush.
It was a lot of people's. A lot of people like Ahsoka.
Yeah. I am not gonna hide behind that.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, she's.
We're not here to judge what you get your rocks off to. Okay.
Well,
when I was a kid.
Well, yeah, and what I was going to say is that things go.
Were you a kid yesterday? You sound pretty relaxed.
I am an adult now. I am now adulting.
Fred,
what?
You're probably the only one to remember. How old is Ahsoka supposed to be during the Clone Wars animated series? Like 15, 16?
16.
She is 16? Okay.
I believe.
Yeah. Because She
She's
is
getting
normally
close to
old
becoming.
to have become a Padawan.
Yeah,
Is
which is part of why.
her shtick.
Well, yeah, that's why she ends up with Anakin, because he's the other previous too old to have been a Padawan.
Yeah, the questionable
Which I
one.
still
Just like
find
Obi-Wan, for real.
I still find it deeply hilarious. I know what the in-universe answer was, because they were hoping Ahsoka would temper his by seeing his own flaws in her and realize his own mistakes and everything. But I still find it funny that there's like, this Anakin kid is getting really fucking, like, mentally fucked up from the fact that he became a Jedi too late. So how do we solve it? Well, what if we make him teach another mentally fucked up kid? That'll totally dig him out of the hole he's in, right?
They just fed each other.
Well, the funny thing is, Ahsoka comes out of it pretty functional and things. So honestly, she gets all those right lessons out of it. It's Anakin who gets worse and worse.
Ahsoka is canonically the reason why Anakin can never become a Jedi Master. Because he fails, technically speaking, he fails to train a Padawan to become a Jedi Knight.
Well, yeah, because she gets banished from the Order.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but yeah, and then, yeah, I still love that people are always like, up until we finally got it, everyone was like, well, clearly can't be part of, like, she can't be there by the time of the third movie because she's never mentioned. So what the fuck happened? And people are like, did she die? Did she get banished? What, we had to wait fucking, like, half a decade to fucking find out why the fuck Ahsoka wasn't there in episode 3?
Yeah.
Which, admittedly, that's, people have pointed out in hindsight, even if it was obviously not intended, because Ahsoka wasn't invented for another 5 whatever years after the movies, but they point out that that gives you a logical reason to why Anakin is even more easily manipulated during the events of 3, because he's royally fucked up still because of what happened to Ahsoka. He doesn't trust the Jedi.
Yeah.
Even though nobody was fucking happy with the end result of what happened with Ahsoka, but they had no real choice in the matter at the time. Because it wasn't just the Jedi that forced the hand there. Ahsoka just got wrapped up in...
fuckery.
Yeah, everything. Admittedly, I will still say I find it funny. It's people do it with everything, but I do find it funny. A lot of people... don't get me wrong, I'm well aware that the Republic-era Jedi have plenty of flaws to them, but a lot of people try and ascribe flaws to the Jedi that weren't actually there. Especially when they actually try to be like, well, they fucked up Anakin. And I mean, look, honestly, the only way they could have gotten Anakin normal was giving him to Mace. Because frankly, Mace was probably the only one who could have actually raised him into a functional Jedi out of all of the Jedi Masters.
Yeah.
How about you tell them how you feel about Mace Windu, Will?
Oh, God. Yeah.
That's what you think?
Actually, if I remember quite correctly, had they accepted him, wasn't Mace the person they were considering giving Anakin to originally, actually?
I think so. But it's, obviously it's just my opinion, but I fucking hate Mace. He's a rank prick.
Purple lightsaber.
Samuel Jackson.
Samuel Jackson.
Okay.
But which bit are you hating Mace for?
Honestly,
black? Is that why you
the way they make it look heavily in the third one is probably just because of the writing, but they make it look so heavily that a big part of the reason why Anakin turned was because of Mace's massive distrust for him.
Well, because by that point he's basically already one of Palpatine's goons, and Mace knows it.
Oh, yeah, because of his Palpatine's trust in him. But I mean, Mace didn't exactly help. Again, this is just my opinion, not what actually happened, right? But it just makes it feel that way because he's like, okay, you're friendly with the senator. I don't like you, and you can go fuck yourself.
That was basically the final straw. Counting Anakin ending up there, everything that happens between them in Clone Wars, anything that happens between them in the books, and becoming friends with Palpatine, Anakin has never done anything to get on Mace's good side at any point.
No, and Mace
Basically,
was always
every
known for
single
being
time
a
Anakin
prick.
and Mace interact with each other, Anakin just pisses off Mace more.
Yeah, just his general existence pisses him off, and
Well,
I
it
just
also doesn't help. Mace and Obi-Wan never historically got along particularly well. They are
No.
two very different.
The other thing that
Jedi.
pissed me off a lot as well is that Mace always went around toting himself as such a massive like master and Jedi Knight and all that. But yet Yoda was always sitting there like, dude, I know more about the fucking Force than you do.
Well, Mace considered himself a master because he was, but in a different way than Yoda. Mace didn't consider himself a master of the Force. He knew he wasn't. Mace considered himself the greatest fighter in the Jedi Order, which he was.
Tony
also very good at controlling his emotions.
Yeah, he literally invented a style involved, which is why they were going to give
Tony.
Anakin.
What the fuck, dude?
Can I get a skill issue?
God damn it!
I mean,
Tony, go to sleep.
I feel like that's also a good reason as to why I hate Mace so well, is because they did a good job casting him.
But yeah, no. The thing with Mace, yeah, is that his unique style does have to do with the anger in him because he is a very angry person on the inside. Any of the books dealing with him make it very clear. Mace is not a happy person on the inside.
No, he's
at all.
yeah, he's not. Here's another example for like just my general opinion of him. And so when Anakin offers to go,
is sick of all these goddamn snakes in these goddamn planes. What do you expect?
Not wrong, but so the scene where Anakin gives up the Chancellor to Mace, and Mace says, "If this is true, you'll have gained my trust." And Anakin's like, "You'll need my help to take him down." And he says, "No, pretty much I'm the only one that can beat him." And then proceeds to basically just fend him off with his lightsaber the whole time while he's shooting lightning. But then there's Yoda, who puts his lightsaber away halfway through the fight and's like, "Okay, bitch, you want to do Force powers? We'll do Force powers."
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that and frankly, every single writer on the series has confirmed this. If Mace wasn't distracted, he'd kill Palpatine right then and right there.
Which is fair. And again, that's, because of the way it was portrayed with the writing, it gives off certain perspective, right?
Well, yes, but the thing is, he was literally about to kill Palpatine before he gets blown out the window. That's not even a question. That's just text in the movie. He was about to kill Palpatine, and then he gets distracted and blasted out the window. But yeah, no. Mace is, during the time of the Republic, the single best lightsaber fighter there is.
Thanks.
It's not even a question. No one's even close. And Yoda doesn't even try to fight that argument because he knows it's not. Yoda's just extremely good with the Force, which he knows because he's old and he's had lots of practice at it. He's Yoda.
Honestly, though, I feel like the few fights Yoda got in the prequels, though, wasn't really enough to showcase his true abilities, though, because I feel like in all rounds, and now it's probably just because of how fucking old.
He literally toys with Dooku.
Exactly.
Two of the best fighters in existence, and you're saying it's not enough to show off how good he is?
Well,
he literally barely even goes out against Dooku, and I don't even mean that in the sense of like he's doing badly. No, Yoda barely fights Dooku because he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Dooku going full out couldn't have ever even gotten close to Yoda because it was irrelevant to Yoda.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, like, I feel like his abilities were kind of understated with the lightsaber because a lot of people were still ranting and raving about how, Mace was such a good lightsaber duelist, which he is, but it always bugged me, his cockiness about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the point of what the problem with the Jedi was. They got full of themselves.
Yeah, and then Yoda's just sitting there like, okay, I'm just over here in a corner.
Good job, BD.
Yes, but Yoda...
This corner good it is.
Yeah, Yoda does it because, well,
Lived
he's
to
several hundred years old.
That's also it. He is way older, way more experienced, and that also makes me feel like that's why he was the better Jedi between the two of them in all aspects.
I think the thing you're missing here is that Yoda is the Grand Master of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Mace is just the Blade Master.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying yet Mace
told
is a
you I
perfect
shall.
Jedi by any reason. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, you're comparing, yeah, the oldest, most well-trained Jedi to one of the council members who is extremely talented, but he's not Yoda.
No, and I mean,
Nobody's supposed to be.
it all stems back to my feelings about
Blue's
Mace
right
are
on
purely
that, by
because
the way.
of his, like,
And
cockiness.
yes, Mace is the one that made his own form.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
Vapod.
Vapod,
Mace
yeah.
created Vapod, which is the 7th form.
I mean,
He's
if
the
we're gonna
only person
be-
to ever master it.
If we're gonna be
Well, it's a variant
pedantic,
of the 7th.
if we're gonna be pedantic about the
Oh,
best
yeah,
Force
sorry.
user is Jar Jar Binks because he uses Force powers
Shut
to make
the
everyone
fuck
believe he
up.
was
I will fly to wherever you are.
Yes.
So yeah, you can leave the call now.
I knew I wasn't gonna get away with that one. Oh, I couldn't help it. I still love that running myth that Jar Jar is still doing some weird.
You know what kind of
shit in the
pissed me
They
background.
off?
almost did it in the last season.
Oh,
bet they did.
yeah.
They did.
I found a Star
They
Wars
tried.
show they did do it in. So Tegan's really big into Lego Star Wars, as we all know. They have the
Robot
Yeah,
chicken.
Darth Jar Jar.
they have
I
the
know.
logo, the Lego series Rebuild the Galaxy.
Yeah, and they made a Darth Jar Jar.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
was so fucking annoyed that I was like, okay, you have fun watching this, and I left her to watch it by herself.
Yes.
You love the whole thing and you watch the whole thing.
But no, it's like I said to Chris though, that my feelings about Mace probably wouldn't be so strong if they didn't do such a good job casting who played him.
Well, and it is worth noting, Mace is intentionally shown as the person to show you what was wrong with the Jedi Order at the time.
Yeah.
Namely,
Yeah.
they're too scared of the dark side to the point where they do literally ridiculous things to try and get rid of it. He's decided
Or
that
ignore it.
Yeah, he's very arrogant. And then Mace's personal problems, beyond that, because the arrogance is just the one that all the Jedi share at that point, because it's been hundreds of years since they actually dealt with the Sith. Mace's personal problems are, yes, he's a very cold person, and that's known. He's also impulsive, to a literal fault.
Yeah.
He always rushes in when he probably shouldn't. But yes, he's a relatively normal example of the Jedi at the time, but it's even been shown that it's a relatively normal thing for that to happen with them. The Jedis get destroyed, then the Sith take over for a while, then the Jedi come back, then the Sith come back, then the Jedi come back. Rinse, repeat, for all eternity, because that's how the Star Wars universe works. They just do that every once in a while. Because
Like
basically the
recentering
Jedi,
the balance.
because the problem is that, well, it's not even just that. The Jedi almost always inevitably end up destroying themselves because the Sith rarely ever get to a point where the Jedi actually have serious problems with them outside of their own causes. Because the thing is, the Sith stab themselves in the back way too fucking often.
Yeah.
That's the running problem with the Sith. They always stab themselves in the back. And that's always been the theme of the series, that the Sith,
Oh, yeah.
no matter how much they proclaim their great powers, they always stab themselves in the back. It's inherently...
Because they're built upon the you are only as good as your master. Well, what happens if I'm no longer... What if I no longer have a master? I must be better than him.
Yeah, and thus everyone always stabs each other in the fucking back. Endlessly, and endlessly, and endlessly. Because it's what they
Which,
do.
to be very fair, is a perfect canonical excuse for like.
What? That's not a healthy family relationship?
Sorry, say that again?
I was just making a joke.
canonical-
No, no.
Chris.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
So, within the Star Wars canon, the rule of two is the perfect reason with which there is not, like, every Sith Lord is not Darth Revan. Because the apprentice believes they know more than their master can teach them, and then they kill their master. Then they believe themselves to be stronger, and so they find an apprentice and do the same shit, and then their apprentice is like, I obviously know more than my master does now.
Yes.
And they
that's
kill their
what they do,
master.
Yes.
And the cycle repeats. It's they continuously, it's generational loss, right? But they
Yes.
don't see it because they're self-centered by nature.
Well,
So
yeah.
every generation of Sith Lord that appears loses something. Some of them find something. Like Plagueis learned how to influence the midichlorians. That was his whole shtick.
And
There's all
Palpatine
the
is just
conspiracy
bullshit.
theories around him. Palpatine thinks he figured it out, but he didn't. So Palpatine kills Plagueis. Plagueis couldn't save himself. End of Plagueis. GG. Then Palpatine sees that Anakin's like, I gotta save my wife. And he's just like, listen, I had a master.
I can use that.
I can do that. He absolutely fucking cannot. He thinks he can. He can't. And then it doesn't matter at the end because Anakin's actions
fuck himself,
cause their own effect.
Well, it's also made
Clowns on
clear
himself.
on several times. Fucking Palpatine didn't give a shit on whether he could actually save Padme. It was just a convenient bargaining chip for him, and he knew perfectly well by the time anything went down, he'd be able to do whatever the fuck he wanted anyways.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like the Sith are the nature of how the Sith are written within canon, and the rule of two as a concept.
Well, yes.
The rule of Tool. Ask me, the flathead young one.
And to try and not spoiler it too much, because everybody here knows it better than Willie, because we've all played it. When he gets to KOTOR and deals with Revan and everything around him, that whole thing is a wonderful example of how much the Sith fuck themselves over constantly.
Yeah.
You don't look
like
You ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Also, I will point it out, and of course it's fitting because the Galactic Empire, fucking the Galactic Empire obviously takes inspiration from the Sith, obviously because of Vader and Palpatine.
And their Doritos.
Yes. What I was going to say is things like the Death Star and Tarkin are in the exact same way, and I'd say Rogue One sets it up excellently. I feel like Rogue One does fit in with the themes perfectly, because the greatest and simplest reason that the Death Star gets exploded in the end is because Tarkin did a bunch of backstabbing to the person who, to fucking, I always forget his fucking name,
Krennic.
Thank you, Krennic. Krennic stabs him in the back, but doesn't actually know anything about the thing he stabbed him in the back over it, so he gets it all blown up because he doesn't know its actual weakness. Because he just saw a fancy, big, explodey thing that could conquer the galaxy with, and went on backstabbing, because that's what Tarkin does.
I
accept.
Me throw a big rock, be big beam.
Big beam. The Empire is
You
great
are one
because it
angry
perfectly
big man,
reflects
sir.
Sith mentality.
Well, yeah, all the Moths
like-
are supposed to stab each other in the back. That's the idea.
They're like, it's all built upon the idea that like if I just beat the other guy, it doesn't matter what's happening because I'm better.
I mean,
And it's
Tarkin is absolutely the kind of person who would rise to the top because he's a fucking sociopath who will stab anyone in the back. Tarkin's a jackass.
yeah. Tarkin becomes a Grand Moff by basically Hitlering a planet.
Well, I mean, it's
His own
revealed-
planet.
His own planet. He genocides his own people, and that's how he becomes a Grand Moff in canon. Whack.
And basically fucking sleeps like a baby over it because he's a fucking psychopath. I mean, yeah, the other thing you see is him fucking fantasizing over fucking beating his subordinates down with his bare fucking hands because he's a psychopath that way.
I am not the biggest Star Wars, like lore buff guy, and nor am I like it's my favorite go-to type of thing. But if there's one Sith guy that I really like, I like one, and you can call me cringy, you can call me super edgy. Alright, but I like the fact that either a Sith Lord goes super cringy and super edgelord, or they're just like too elaborate for their own good and end up fucking themselves over. But I love the one guy. I think it was Darth Malice, or the one that essentially
Don't talk about KOTOR.
Don't talk about KOTOR.
Willie's going to
What?
be playing it shortly, and
What?
he knows nothing about it.
I was not even paying
But
attention.
you're
I was
right,
so
dude.
zoned in.
Darth Malgus has a wild run. It is
I really
hilarious
wanted to call him by
watch.
his other name
Yes.
that he gets.
Yes.
Vampire.
Also,
No, that's an absolutely base take.
Yes.
Oh,
But
wow,
what I was
that's
going to
so-
say is, but before we get horribly sidetracked with you pointing out, yeah, Tarkin's a nutbag. I still find it funny. Are you like? It doesn't come up in the movie all that obviously, but I still find it funny that him blowing up Alderaan is just him being a petty bitch, basically.
Pretty much.
Which is funny because if you know you're behind the scenes, canonically speaking, him blowing up Alderaan is half the reason the Empire falls.
Yeah, because it's literally like you literally just gave the rebellion the biggest piece of media to fuck us over.
Well, yeah, because everyone's just like, wait, where the fuck that planet go? And the Emperor has to go, natural disaster.
Another meteor shower.
Yeah, and everyone's just like, excuse me?
He had to make like an excuse like it's from Seinfeld, like, I don't know, maybe like a black hole just came out of nowhere. It happens.
Well, the biggest problem is, it wasn't that, because of course the asteroid field is there afterwards. But the biggest thing that gave it away is anyone who is traveling in hyperspace towards them either did die or almost died the moment it blew up, because it, Alderaan blowing
Gravity
up.
wells work weird.
Yeah, it fucked up the hyperspace lanes. Yeah, but yeah, no. Once people show up there, yeah, they did not go happy about that.
What'll it be?
I believe
Nothing.
I want to say
Well,
in
that's a
current
mistake.
canon, I think the remains of Alderaan were turned into, I think, a space station, if I remember quite correctly, afterwards.
I believe there's now a space station where Alderaan used to be.
Well, and they used chunks of the rocks from the now Alderaan asteroid belt to
yes.
Okay, so realistically, so if blowing up Alderaan caused a thirst in the forest for Yoda, what would have happened at the end of like the last Disney trilogy, where like they're just like the Empire's like blowing up like different planets left and right?
Whole solar systems.
Yeah, whole solar
What,
system.
you mean like Star Killer base at the end of the new trilogy? Or do you
Yeah.
mean...
Correct.
Well, I mean, everybody feels that in that movie. They literally feel the effect of millions of people dying right now. Closer to billions, actually. Because the one planet that gets blown up is the new capital of the Republic at the time.
Well, there's 5 planets that get blown up.
Oh, you're right,
Yeah.
but the one
They
start with
extinguish a
is,
solar system.
Yes,
That's
but
what
they're
it-
aiming to
Which makes
blow up one
no
particular planet.
sense because the power required would have.
Yeah, but don't think too hard about that in general. Kyber crystals don't make sense.
No. What I mean is, they didn't destroy enough planets.
Yeah, I just don't think too hard about that. The super weapons in Star Wars never make any sense. Don't go there. I will admit, Starkiller Base is stupid by Star Wars standards, but even then, just don't go there. Star Wars weapons don't make sense. Don't go there. I would remind you that the Death Star is capable of fucking vaporizing a planet with a kyber crystal, like, barely the size of a human torso.
Gathering intel for Saw Gerrera.
And
No,
it was
I'm
able
struggling
to
to
get
remember what it
destroyed by
was.
shooting a missile like into like a size of a.
Well, yeah, because it
raccoon.
hits the kyber crystal. And then it explodes.
Because that's a venting port for the kyber crystal.
Yeah, look, just don't go down the path of what kyber crystals are capable of. Down that way lies madness.
Hey, we had some good times, didn't we?
I like the
Kyber
map.
crystals do what they want because the Force.
I like the dark kyber crystal with the Mandalore blade. That thing.
But yeah, no,
like-
Starkiller Base doesn't make a great deal of sense. I still love their excuse for how people could physically see it from that far away, which is that somehow it blew up the star system so hard the light went into hyperspace.
Which is like, you have light traveling faster than light.
I mean, in fairness,
We
they already
can't-
have faster than light travel, so I mean, you're already breaking physics.
Yeah.
We can't talk about Star Wars super weapons without just very briefly touching on something that doesn't exist anymore, and that's the tragedy of Darth Suncrusher the Wise. It was literally a spaceship designed to cause suns to implode.
I mean,
That was developed at an installation that the Empire built that doesn't exist in new canon, which is a completely missed opportunity because it's still perfect in design. It would explain away 90% of the sequel series. They were just like, yeah, the Maw still exists. There's still an Imperial research station in the Maw. It's there. Because that's where Thrawn was hiding. That's
Except
like,
for
that's where
Thrawn
everything fucking
is
happens.
in the unknown regions.
And a
which is west
supernova.
side. The Maw is on the eastern side of the galaxy.
It is.
Oh, that made my
What I was
day.
also gonna say is, look, while they didn't recanonize that, it also let them avoid bringing back Palpatine's extra stupid bullshit. Because I'll say it right now, as dumb as Palpatine coming back in the sequel trilogy is, I still stand the Legend version of that was even dumber.
Who did what?
Also, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
I mean, fucking clone Palpatine in Legends is to the point where he's like fucking throttling people from a planet away because fucking Palpatine in Legends was ridiculous. I mean, Palpatine in Legends is literally eating planets by the end of it.
Can I say seeing a gonk droid dressed up as a tuxedo gentleman has made me very happy?
Yes.
It's very nice. It looks very dapper.
Yeah, no. Fucking, I also love it amuses me that, like, canonically in the differences of force levels shown up through the series, the average Jedi in Star Wars is capable of doing
blaster in my face.
pushing a large vehicle with the force if they particularly strain it, maybe knocking a building down if they aim at the weak points.
I'm Cal.
All the way to obliterating entire planets on the high end.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
So wait, so in canon, not talking video games or outside lore,
What's the biggest thing anyone's done thus far?
it's force power wise versus Sith or Jedi.
Still canon. It's probably still something of Palpatine's. I'm just trying to think of which it would be. But Disney has intentionally somewhat reined in the Jedi to not go as stupidly high as they did in Legends.
Wow. I think very technically would technically still be the Sith bomb.
I could have sworn I
from
heard
Darth
Sith and canon generally have better force powers, or at least like a higher
it just
peak.
depends on the it just depends on the person. No, the reason Palpatine was higher was just Palpatine was higher. In canon, Palpatine is legitimately one of the strongest force users ever born, regardless of being.
To be fair, he also focused his attentions a lot to the Force.
Yes,
But he thought lightsabers were useless for the most part.
Yes, he's not a very good lightsaber. Well, I mean, he's above average because he's so fucking old and has still practiced at it. But yes, he's much better at the Force than he is lightsaber fighting.
Who, Palpatine?
Shooting people with my electric.
Well, I mean, yeah, he did kind of make mincemeat out of Kit Fisto and the others.
Yes,
but he relied on surprise for that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. As pointed out, yes, basically what he's capable of, and he shows it there. He's really fucking fast, but he's not very good at fighting a Jedi who knows he's there.
I'll take you all back to a meme from 2016. The reason why Palpatine wins is because of Shooting Star by the Bag Raiders. And if that name means anything to you, it means you've also listened to...
I was literally humming it to myself.
In case you forgot, that song is called Shooting Stars by the Bag Raiders, and on its own is actually a very competent song.
I am well aware what that song is named because I know it far beyond Star Wars memeing. I have heard Shooting Stars more time than any human being ever should because of the number of times I've seen variants of that fucking meme.
I actually had that song in one of my EDM playlists. I listened to it every day for like months. It was, yeah. Listen,
good job.
Listen, I enjoyed it. It was a good song.
It's a good song, but dear Lord, have I seen that meme?
Of course.
I still think my favorite, my favorite old Emperor Palpatine meme is the Game Grumps animated, just like do it. Do it. Emperor Palpatine, what are we gonna do with all this stale meat? Do it. Do it. Emperor Palpatine, what kind of car you drive? Buick.
Yeah, one of us.
Yeah, I remember that meme.
I mean, the Millennium Falcon is a space Buick.
Emperor Palpatine, I blew my.
Whatever are we going to do?
I broke my pencil. Blew it.
I know you all had your reasons for leaving.
Also, by the way, can I say I can hardly wait? Actually, I believe you are planning on doing it next, if I remember quite correctly, once you're done with Survivor. Just wait until you see the Old Republic equivalent of the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, no.
Oh God.
The Ebon Hawk.
Rectangle?
No, the Ebon Hawk's a
I
circle.
Maybe it's time for you.
Oh.
It is.
I thought it looked like a rectangle.
It's more rectangular than the Falcon.
It's basically shaped. Well, I'm not joking when I call it the Old Republic version of the Falcon. It's literally a circle with the cockpit sticking out of the front of it. It's just got a forked cockpit
on the side.
Wait,
well, I
what?
guess on one side.
I really want to look up a picture of this now because my mind is making up some random fucking picture in my head.
It's very similarly shaped to the Falcon.
It's like a crushed JPEG of your aluminum Falcon.
Okay.
An aluminum Falcon?
Basically, take the Falcon, and instead of the cockpit being on the bit that juts out of it, Fred's correct. There's just a bit that juts out of it like there is on the Falcon, but the cockpit is off to the left of that, recessed in slightly.
Oh yeah, you are absolutely right. Holy shit.
It's literally the Old Republic equivalent to the Falcon, and it's meant to. It was very obviously meant to be the not Falcon.
God, if the
I believe it
Falcon
is.
could look bit crushed, it could here.
What is it? A light freighter? I think is what the Ebon Hawk is.
Yes.
But I am gonna go to bed.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which I believe the Falcon is also actually a light freighter.
Yes.
Actually.
The
I
YTs
love,
are freighters.
I was going to say, I love seeing pictures of the ship it supposedly is, and I'd be like, I don't think you can call that the same ship anymore because you've replaced the entire thing. Like, the Falcon looks nothing like the ship it is supposedly based off of.
Yeah.
At that point, it's not a YT anymore. It is an entirely different ship. You're just calling the YT at this point.
Yeah, no, the YT line is supposedly freighters.
Well, because honestly, the ship the Falcon is supposedly based off of actually is roughly rectangular. But, the Falcon somehow turned into a circle? Huh?
That was new.
Yeah, no, it is up there on the hilarious, like, yeah, it's like, yeah, I replaced the engine, and I upgraded the things, and I'm like, and you also replaced the entire outside of it, made it 2 times as wide.
No, because there are pictures of a YT with cargo in that little center bin.
Oh, right, that's where it holds it, right? I forgot about that, yeah.
Which is why the cockpit is off to the side.
Yeah.
Which makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah, it's best you not think about that. But yeah, the fucking. Oh wait, I always forget it is a Corellian ship as well. For the
Corellian light freighter.
Because they all have that distinct circular cockpit if they're a Corellian one.
Yeah.
You're okay, bud. Have you been spooking Grease down here? I don't bite, I promise.
Damn you, Rideau.
I still love the what is the actual official ship class of the one Leia's on at the start of New Hope, the Blockade Runner?
Oh, it's a Corellian Corvette.
Well, yeah, but I believe it has an actual. I actually found it. I was.
CR
90. I found it. I was gonna say I love that it is officially called a blockade runner, and I'd be like, so why does that thing even exist? Blockades aren't even that common in Star Wars. Why did someone invent a blockade runner? Like.
Mostly from the Clone Wars. Since they were much more common in Clone Wars for blockades. And it's like, how do you blockade in space? Because you have specific exit and entry points to hyperspace?
Which is weird when you think about it with the way hyperspace works in Star Wars, but let's not go there.
Well, you can hyperspace from anywhere.
It's just easier if you're following the paths, yes.
Used these tunnels for a long time.
And your ship is less likely to rip itself to teeny tiny bits if you follow the normal spots.
If you follow the guidelines, you tend not to blow up.
Scraps, huh?
Yeah.
Leave it to Grease to take another person's junk and add more junk.
Wait. Corellian Corvettes can shove A-wings onto them?
Yes. They have no space for, like, anything else.
Yeah, they have 3 docking rings, apparently, is where you can shove A-wings onto that. Where the fuck are the docking rings on that damn ship? I'm like, legitimately, I know how that ship is. Like, where does it dock?
I believe they remove the turrets.
Okay then.
Ooh. No. Radar.
Ah, yes. My favorite fact, that ship speed in universe is counted in kilometers per hour, and apparently the Corellian Corvette hits a blistering speed of 950 kilometers per hour.
That is really slow.
I know it is. It's a really fun. It's an atmospheric speed, to be specific.
Ah,
but
okay.
Yeah.
Even still, that's still fairly slow.
It is.
I enjoy how anyone not realizing just how slow that is. That is. Normally, if you're talking things that move in space, you're talking light seconds or meters per second.
Well, I mean, I was going to say, even if you're talking a jet, you know, those things that hang in the air in real life, those go into space that leaves kilometers per hour eventually to go at any reasonable speed. But yeah, the other one they deal with is a number that is never explained to what the fuck it actually means, so they can just come up with numbers. It's the megalight per hour is their sublight speed in space. And the answer is it's somewhere near the speed of light, and they've never given us an answer to what it actually means. It's just a number you can compare things to.
Almost reminds me of the Jedi.
Like, for example, the Millennium Falcon does 75 megalights, whereas a Corellian Corvette does 81. What that means, I don't know.
So in sublight, it's faster.
Yes, which would make sense. It's supposed to be fast.
Yeah.
Although the funny thing is, the Resurgent class Star Destroyer can apparently get greater than 130.
To be fair, it also has gigantic engines, but it shouldn't be moving that fast because
Yeah, but let's not
has
also.
way too much mass.
I was going to say, let's not go down the path of trying to explain Star Destroyer engines, because none of them make any fucking sense. I think my favorite thought is, how do they turn?
The fact that they have no retros.
Yeah, somehow Star Wars ships can turn with engines only on their back. Somehow. I still also love the fact, and this is a canonical fact, and don't get me wrong, as I stated, it is still my second favorite Star Wars movie, almost my first, but I still love that a tiny little Hammerhead Corvette in Rogue One can push an entire Star Destroyer easily.
Yeah.
That, and like, they didn't come up with that as like an unreasonable thing. Canonically speaking, Star Wars ships have always had that much force. But then the question becomes, why are they always shown going so slow if they could push that much?
Yeah.
Reasons.
Space
but
is
yeah,
a weird thing, apparently.
Star Wars ships have heinously strong engines for their size. It is hilarious.
Power's still running down here. Let's see if we can.
But
hit
yeah,
lights.
one tiny little frigate was able to push an entire Star Destroyer through another Star Destroyer.
Yeah, makes sense.
Star Wars ships again, stupid.
Like, yes, weight disappears for the most part. Mass does not.
You know what I love? I love the fact that you have to sharpen the hammer in Monster Hunter.
Oh, yes.
And of course you're playing Monster Hunter, but yes, good job.
Yeah, what?
But yes, oh god, this is a thing. I also still love the fact that, yeah, apparently the Corellian Corvette has, fully mounted, it can have 6 turbo lasers on it.
Yeah.
6 dual turbo lasers at that. Which is
Forgot that
really
it can
funny.
mount duels.
Which is really funny when you stop and think about it. My response is, wait, so how the fuck do the Star Destroyers stay alive when other ships mount these fucking things on them?
Like, I know some Star Destroyers, namely the Tector, forgo its hangar bay for just more power generation and more gun and having fucking 8-barreled turbo lasers. But
yeah, it's still never.
It's going to die if something is shooting at it with 6 dual turbos.
Well, I mean, the greater problem is also, canonically, this is an absolute truth. Their shields aren't strong enough to stop an X-Wing from shooting through them close range, because half of the Star Destroyers we've ever seen were destroyed by an X-Wing shooting out their fucking shield generator, or in one case crashing into their fucking bridge.
That was an
thus
A-Wing.
destroying. Oh, sorry, it was an A-Wing.
That was an A-Wing into the Executor.
Yes, and it went right into its bridge, which destroyed its shield generators, because for some reason its shield generators are on top of the bridge.
Yeah.
which is funny because no other Star Wars ships has their shield generators in a stupid spot. The Clone Wars Star Destroyers didn't, because theirs are, I believe, inside the ship, if I remember quite correctly.
No, underneath.
Oh, right, they're at the
ball
bottom.
underneath.
Yeah, they're the ball underneath. Yes, you are correct. Which, again, I still find it funny that one of the greatest fucking things anyone comes up with in universe is fucking Anakin in the Clone Wars being like, so our Star Destroyers are getting exploded because they're coming up beneath us, right? Yeah. And they're like, you know, Jedi Master, or Jedi Knight, how do we solve this? And Anakin's like, put a big gun on the bottom.
And then they was.
I know, but I just find it funny that that's the secret strategy for beating them. And then the next time a fucking CIS ship comes up beneath them, they get blasted, and they'll be like, so why don't they all have guns underneath them again? And they never give a good answer, because it's like, so is it, does he take too much power? No. So why didn't every ship mount a gun beneath it? And frankly, that's a problem with the Star Destroyers in general, because almost no Star Destroyer ever mounts a gun on the lower bit, which then just makes
they
the
have
question...
no ventral guns.
Yeah,
All
which
of them
just
are
makes
dorsal.
the question, why the solution to fighting Star Destroyers isn't literally just hovering beneath them and shooting them where they can't shoot back?
I'm Cal.
And yes, I know. I know. And yes, I know the technical solution in universe is both old and new Star Destroyers, both Republic and Imperial Star Destroyers have the argument of they all have a giant pile of fucking strike craft inside them, so you can't hide beneath them. But that didn't work in the Clone Wars, because that's why Anakin had to mount a big gun down there to shoot who was dumb enough to come up beneath. But yeah, I just find it funny. Yeah, so yeah, like every other ship. So the Mon Cals are designed for what? Big shields. Yep. So they have guns on every surface. Yeah, basically. Fucking Corellian ships. They're long designed and they have guns on the top and the bottom, and they mostly survive by being fucking fast. Okay, fine. Star Destroyers. So they have a lot of big guns and a lot of shields, okay? But their guns can only shoot sideways. They're blocked by 2/3 of the ship, and they can't shoot down.
Oh, and they also have the heaviest armor.
Yeah, and also, if I remember quite correctly, they actually can't shoot down the nose because the goddamn ship gets in the way of doing that.
A lot of them can.
Oh, what the fuck?
Which is really weird to think about. And actually, the funny thing is, if you really...
depending on how it's set up, they can get all 6 to 8 heavy turbo lasers on target, but most of the time it's only the front 2.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is, if you really think about it, it's funny to call the start of A New Hope. If you stop and think about the way Tantive 4 is being chased by, what the fuck is Vader in that one? Is that particular Star Destroyer
That's
ever
Star
named?
Destroyer 2.
Is that just a nameless one offhand that he
I
has to
believe that
end
is
up on?
his personal one, the Executor.
Is the first Executor?
Yeah, because he named his Star Destroyer and Super Star Destroyer the same thing.
Well,
because
yeah.
the Star Destroyer or Super Star Destroyer is the Executor class.
Well, true. And what the fuck did he name his fucking Clone Wars era one? Because I know he named the one he would put on in the Clone Wars.
You are a Jedi.
Because him and Obi-Wan both end up naming the one they're put on. And as a matter of fact, I believe it.
I'm a Jedi.
What is...
But, you...
Clone Commanders, or not even Clone Commander, fucking person's name.
What? Who he's with, or?
Yeah,
because Cody's his Clone Commander, isn't it?
No, that's Rex. Cody's is.
Or sorry, Cody's is Cody's is Obi-Wan. Sorry, I got that back after. But yeah, Rex is his, because he's with the 501st.
Yeah.
And I always forget what Obi-Wan's with, the 81st or whatever the fuck his is,
No,
or the 90 whatever. I can never.
212.
Oh really? His is that high? Fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
I always forget Obi-Wan's for some reason. I can never. But yeah, I what I was gonna say though is, with the way the Tantive 4 is being chased at the start of the fucking movie, I'm pretty sure at the angle the Tantive 4 is at compared to the Executor, it shouldn't be able to shoot the Tantive 4 at the angle it's chasing it from.
It would be able to with its light turbo lasers. Because if you're thinking is trying to shoot it with the heavy turbo lasers, no.
Well, I mean, if it shot it with the heavy turbo lasers, it would rip the fucking Tantive in half.
Yeah, but
I'm pretty sure
yes.
the Tantive couldn't take a single shot from the fucking heavy turbo lasers on a goddamn Star Destroyer.
Shields could, but its armor could.
Yeah.
I'll have you free soon, Z.
But yeah, that does amuse me. Star Destroyers are still the weirdest fucking design.
Yeah.
I get it at this point, they're just a part of the series, but I just do deeply find it hilarious that they're like, every other Star Wars ship is more intelligently designed than the fucking Star Destroyer. CIS, Republic, and any of these side people who just happen to make shit. Who the fuck was it who made the Republic Star Destroyers? Was it?
Rathana Heavy Industries. That's the manufacturer.
No, I know. Is Quat still canon in current?
Yes. Yes, that Quat Drive Yards is part of Rathana Heavy Industries because they also
because
did
they
the
make
acclimator.
Yeah, they make fucking everything for them, and I believe also the AT-AT, if I remember quite correctly.
Yes, for the Empire, yeah.
Well, because they make like fucking everything, because they got like their vehicle divisions, their drive yard, like everything. Because I think it isn't by the time of the actual, by the time of the Imperials, they're like the biggest fucking ship manufacturer in the galaxy, other than maybe Mon Cal. Also, I always forgot about that, right? Quat Drive Yards was originally owned by the Techno Union, so they were actually a CIS company during the events of the Clone Wars.
Yep, and then manufactured for the Republic.
Let's see.
Figure a way out of this place.
Yeah, within, Right, cause the Nemoidians fucking took over, and that's how the first movie happens, and then they end up, and then they fucking, and they basically dealt both sides, because they made Republic starships and vehicles and droids at the same time.
Yeah. Because Palpatine.
Yeah, because they made they made the Acclimator, the Lats, the ATTE, and the Venators.
Well, yeah, if it's Rathana Heavy Industries, yeah.
Yeah, which is why they go straight from making the Star Destroyers to the other Star Destroyers.
Yeah.
Also, I love that the Venator, the fucking Republic one, is 1,000 meters long exactly.
Should be 1337 meters.
I think that's one of the other variants of it, but yes. The problem is there's the Venator 1 and the Venator 2, which I think are different lengths from each other. But yes, they're...
Either way, the Venator is the largest capital ship that can land on a planet.
Yeah, fair.
A Star Destroyer cannot. It can go into orbit, but it cannot land.
Wait. The gun on the top of a ATTE is a mass driver?
Yes.
I always assumed it was a laser gun, but okay then.
Nope, it's a mass driver.
That makes me like it more. I always like the ATTE, but okay then.
To be fair, the low profile 6-legged walker, I love the Addy. The Addy is so good looking.
It is. And for some reason the Empire replaced it with their fucking piece of shit goddamn AT-AT. Although, admittedly, if I remember quite correctly, the canonical reason why they're all like that is purely fear. They like making things that look scary, but aren't actually practical.
Like, you are not puncturing an AT-AT with conventional weaponry. You need something that is, like, heavy turbo laser sized.
Well, not even that. Starfighters can easily go through it. The reason they couldn't get through it on Hoth, that they're particularly hard to get through, it's that all they had were snow speeders with shitty guns.
Well, yeah, T-47s are terrible.
Yeah, no, an X-wing can go through a AT-AT's legs like
Yes,
nothing.
but they're also they have a much better armament. So,
Yes. I know. I'm just saying most starfighters can absolutely go through an AT-AT's legs, and I believe most of their tanks can too. It's just you rarely see tanks being used because, well, the only ground battle you ever see is Hoth, and they have almost nothing on Hoth at the time. And what they did, they're evacuating off planet at that exact moment.
Yeah.
Because they know perfectly well that there's no point in fighting over Hoth, so they're basically just fighting a holding battle until they get basically everything off planet, which they canonically do. Because, sure, they lose Hoth, but they lose basically nothing in the process. They lose, like a couple squads and some snow speeders by the end of it, basically, and some turrets. And the base itself, but it and that is something pointed out, like in a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. Hoth was an unmitigated victory for the rebels because they did exactly what they intended it to do. It wasted the Imperials' times, lost them a bunch of shit, and the rebels lost fucking all because they left.
Hey, Chris, look, I could get your hairstyle and mustache.
Yeah, dude.
I'm about to get a fuck you.
I
know.
But yeah, I do find it funny. Yeah, a lot of, but yeah, because a lot of people who don't know why the rebels fought like they did are like, yeah, weren't the rebels getting their asses handed to them by the Imperials? They didn't even fight back on Hoth, and it's like, yeah, that was the point. Hoth was never meant to be a place they held. It was a delaying action. They knew Hoth would get noticed eventually, and just set it up to run away. Because that's why they had the shield generator there.
Yep. Which is why they couldn't just immediately blow up Hoth.
Yes, because yeah, they had the shield generator, so because it was strong enough to hold back Star Destroyer bombardments, which is insane to think about when you stop and think about it. And the funny thing is, you really have to question: okay, if the rebels got a fucking shield generator that easily, why aren't those more common in Star Wars? Because lots of places in the universe have gotten orbitally and bombarded into shit, and I'd be like, but there are shield generators that can hold off, what, I think 3 or 4 Star Destroyers were parked in orbit on Hoth?
Wouldn't have made it out alive without his help.
Hi, nice to meet you. Unfortunately, I don't think I have.
It's more than one, I know it is.
Well, yeah, because you have Vader's Executor, you have...
Tarkin's is there, isn't it?
No, Tarkin's isn't. Ozzel's is, because Vader chokes Ozzel out.
Right.
I think you haven't broken the news yet.
And I think there's just a couple other nameless Moffs who just happen to have their Star Destroyers there.
I think
but yeah.
there's only 2 more?
I think it's 4, yeah. And yeah, that apparently the shield generator is enough to hold it. And they'd just be like, so why aren't there more of those in Star Wars? But it's best not to think about that. But yeah, I do find it funny because yeah, I believe the only place, and of course it's why they fight for it so hard. The only place
Wait a minute.
they don't want to lose is Yavin.
Hannelore?
You've heard of it?
Yeah.
Yavin they fight hard for.
Filled with treasure.
Maybe this droid proves it's more than a myth.
Although yeah, come to think of it, yeah,
Checking out.
there is one, of course, other famous planetary generator because of course there's the one on fucking Endor as well.
Yes.
Because remember they have to fucking fucking deal with it so they can actually deal with the goddamn shutting everything down. But yeah. Because in that case, that one I believe is projecting up to the Death Star, if I remember quite correctly.
Yes, which is why they can't attack it directly.
Yeah. I still love that also the other reason there is it's to help protect Endor from the gravity of the Death Star 2, and yet somehow the Death Star 2 blowing up does nothing to Endor.
I'm gonna lock up the saloon so the raiders don't.
It's funny because in universe, like, they're afraid that, yeah, it would rip Endor to shreds, and yet somehow Endor is completely fine afterwards. Don't question it. Roll with it.
And then, the Death Star 2 wreckage ends up on Endor, question mark?
Which
and
makes
nothing
no sense, 'cause it's like-
happens.
Yeah, and even though the Death Star 2 is, like, bigger than Endor. Which also brings another question. We know where most of the shit that made the Death Star 1 came from. It came from the asteroid fields around Geonosis. Where does the material for the Death Star 2 come from?
The entirety of the Empire.
Which makes even less sense, but you know what? Sure, roll with it.
That's the canonical explanation for it. Like in the Thrawn books for the first Death Star is that they're pilfering materials across the entirety of the Empire's supply chains in order to build it in secret.
For the second one, maybe the first one was built mostly during the Clone Wars. It was built by the Geonosians. I know that for a fact. I checked it relatively recently.
Keep this.
Yeah, the first Death Star was like half built by the Geonosians, and that's why they get fucking exterminated, except for that last one, because after Palpatine takes over the program, he fucking murders the Geonosians because they know too much. And then goes on to build the rest.
He told us about.
Although the funny thing is, when you contemplate it, it's apparently incomplete enough that it still takes them another fucking decade to finish building the rest of it. Well, not quite a decade. 5 or 6 years?
But
however long it would be from... I
close
can't
enough.
remember how many years. Huh?
But close enough.
Well, because it's however long it would be to Rogue One, because the Death Star is basically complete by then. Well, I guess no, it'd have to be, because, right, Rogue One is just before the start of the first movie, because that's how Rogue One ends.
Yes, so I believe that is 20 years?
Oh, right, it would be 20 years, yeah, fair. Because Luke goes from, well, being born to 19 or 20, however the fuck old he is at the start of the first movie.
I think he was 19.
Because he's going to be attempting to apply to a...
Academy.
Okay, yeah, Imperial Academy.
Which you still gotta wonder how well that would have ended up if he hadn't... Or if he had, if they would have fucking noticed the whole Skywalker thing and immediately been, like, fucking grabbed on his first day.
I'm like, oh! You don't say.
I still find it funny that at that point, Beru and fucking Lars, or Owen were still trying to fucking not tell him that fucking, about the truth, and they'd be like, you really had to fucking tell him before he went off to the goddamn school and got himself captured, had you not gotten murdered at the start. Like, what the fuck was their plan to that? To be like, I'm sorry, Luke, you can't go to school, because if anyone finds out your last name, you'll, yeah! The funniest part is, because he isn't going by, Lars at the start of the movie, isn't he? Because he's still going by Skywalker, isn't he?
I believe so.
Because he's not Luke Lars, he's Luke Skywalker. And it's just like, yeah, we had fucking signed up for that. Like, wait, you're related to him and you're a Skywalker, and be like, Lord Vader shows up in all the 5 fucking minutes.
Guess the platform isn't here.
Also, can I still say I find it funny? I never mentioned it when you were finishing fucking Fallen Order, but can I still say, you gotta wonder,
I got you, Shanna.
if Vader was on the Fortress Inquisitorium at the end of that game, why did Trilla still have the holocron?
Yeah. What? Whoa! Hold on. My brain did not click into that. What the fuck?
Yeah, because he only shows up after you fight her, and she still has the fucking holocron, and yet Vader shows up afterwards and then finally stabs her. And I'd be like, if he was on the Fortress the whole damn time, where the hell was he, and why didn't he already have the holocron?
Yeah.
Unless we have to assume he showed up during the fucking fight and immediately, like, lands on it and be like, I'm about to get my holocron, and then immediately told that an Air Stormtrooper, Lord Vader, there's a Jedi fighting the second sister. Oh, god damn it.
Not again.
Meet me at the saloon and we'll appraise this so-called tank.
I will stand out.
Is it bad that I read that as skooma?
Willie doesn't even know.
Scuba's
He
my
laughed and doesn't
boy.
even know what you're fucking referencing with that one.
No.
It's a funny ass word. What's not to laugh at?
It is, but you have no idea what it's referencing.
It's an actual reference?
Yes.
Yes.
To what?
It's referenced to Elder Scrolls.
While they fill you in on that, I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a good
Alright.
sleep.
Talk
We
to you
don't need
later.
to fill him in on it or anything. It's just, but yeah, it's a reference to Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, it is. Late as fuck. Y'all have a good night.
Talk to you later.
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
I think the best way to describe it is skooma fantasy meth or fantasy cocaine.
I
Wait,
believe it
whoa.
is fantasy meth. It is a
Oh.
liquid though.
Oh,
It
you.
is.
Oh, you got. Okay, you guys aren't joking. It's a drug in Elder Scrolls.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, skooma, moon sugar.
Moon sugar.
Shit.
Is
there's
that like
one
their
other big
version
one
of
I like.
angel dust?
You use moon sugar to make skooma.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I was gonna say, is moon sugar their version of angel dust?
No, yeah, moon sugar is like the unpurified form, I think is the best way to put it. It's the primary active ingredient in skooma.
Ah, okay.
What's the other? There is one other drug in Elder Scrolls that's like big, and I always forget what the fuck it is. Because there is one other than skooma, and I always forget what it is.
It's wild when games go so far in depth that they create their own drugs.
Well, Elder Scrolls sort of has to because skooma, along with being a drug that a lot of people get addicted to in the universe, it also has to. It's a lot of religious things to the people who make it, which are the Khajiit.
Okay.
Come on, buddy.
They have a thing about it. I mean, hell, Fallout also has its own set of drugs. Psycho, Cram, Jet, Buff Out. I know I'm forgetting several. Fred might be able to remember.
Jet, Psycho, Buff Out, Mentats.
Oh, Mentats, thank you.
Rewards, Shanna. Come on.
Cram.
Okay.
Cram's food.
Is Cram? Well, yeah, isn't
Yes.
it drug-laced food, though?
No. Cram is literally just their spam.
Right.
Spam.
Yeah, but it's worse spam, because it's fucking fantasy 19... nuclear 1950s spam. It's weird. Fallout's alternate timeline gets weird.
Well, that's what those green firebug things are on a plant means. There's something there to collect. Son of a bitch.
I believe what Fallout timeline splits just after World War I, if I remember quite correctly.
World War II.
Oh, right, because they invent nuclear power, bomb the Jap. Right, and then they go on to do everything with nuclear power because Fallout.
Yeah.
And they never invent the transistor because everything still runs on vacuum tubes.
Yep.
Which really makes you wonder how the Pip-Boy works.
Is there a way to
smaller vacuum tubes
bust those green force fields that I'm just not seeing?
I have no idea. Fred might know. Remember, I haven't played Survive.
I haven't played it either.
God damn it.
Oh, right, you haven't yet either. So.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Womp womp for you. You're getting screwed by the two people who haven't played it yet.
Authorized access only.
Just passing through, officer.
But yeah, I still do love that bit though. Yeah, when you get to Fallout, you will see. Yeah, no, they never switched off a vacuum tube, so everything still, everything still uses big old vacuum tubes, and everything still looks all 1950s. Also, I will stand when you go play Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. I will say this right now, and this is somewhat a cause of when it came out, but I stand it's worse in Fallout than it is in Oblivion. Be prepared for the ugliest hairstyles you have ever seen in video games ever.
I'm not worth your time. It's easier to let me through.
I stand there's only like one good hairstyle in all Fallout 3 and Vegas.
Sir, TK-783.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ugly hairstyles. At least Oblivion has better hairstyles.
That other stormtrooper was just shitting his pants.
Gotta unlock this.
Yes, I was listening, but I was also mind tricking that guard while his junior was like, "Wait, what? No!"
Also, I can hardly wait until we get Willie to play Oblivion, and then he discovers where the game's entire budget went in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me. If you play the first 5 minutes of Oblivion, you will understand why people make the joke of the entire game's budget is for the first 15 minutes of the game. And that's not because of, like, the quality of the first 15 minutes. No, there's one particular reason.
It's nice that this game does have fast travel.
Yes, it is. But yeah, no, it is hilarious.
Let's see how to use it. I'm going to
Wait.
assume that one.
What?
Why can I not make clones here? It's fucking Camino.
The fuck are you playing?
Actually, what are you playing?
Empire at War.
Yes.
I was like, you're talking Star Wars and like vaguely Rexy. You aren't playing like fucking Sins because that one doesn't have a Clone Wars one. So I was like, it has to be fucking fucking Empire at War. You're playing with which of the two Clone Wars?
Fall of the Republic.
Fair. So you're gonna throw all your Venators at your problem?
Except for I don't get Venators right away.
Fair.
The best I get are Acclimators.
I mean, those are so good.
No, they're really not.
What is... I couldn't remember their balance in that one. What did they make them really shit or something?
Acclimators just have never been good.
Eh. Let me guess, they're gonna spam your phase 1 clones as long as you can to get the armor you like.
I prefer the phase 1 clones.
I know you did, that's why I said gonna spam them for as long as you can, because I know you like the phase 1 clones armor. I like the helmet to a certain degree, but I don't like the fucking fin. It's my biggest complaint about the phase 1. I've never liked the fin on the helmet.
See, that's the thing is, I understand that there's a reason for the fin, and I do understand why people dislike the fin.
Wait, what is the in-universe reason for the fin?
Better communications.
It's a radio antenna?
Yes.
God damn it. That is very goofy.
Well, it's why it disappears when they go to the phase 2, because the phase 2 cuts a lot of stuff. So,
well, yeah,
you don't need every trooper with radio, so...
Well, just like it is in real life, only the commander gets one. Yeah. Which is something people have had to learn more than once since we've invented fucking radios, is that you don't want every idiot to have a radio. Not everybody is to be trusted with one.
I think the worlds on Survivor are bigger than the ones in Fallen Order.
They are.
Probably. Where is Quad?
Because as much as I've gone through, I'm only 11% done global. Oh my god, that is
oh yes, Fred,
wildly
I
depressing.
never mentioned it to you, but the other day I was just out of boredom. I did decide to fucking play God, I'm actually forgetting the actual name of the fucking mod now. Star Wars Interregnum, so I was playing Sins 1. And God, I forgot how not quality of life Sins 1 is. My hand fucking hurt by the end of that.
Oh, God, yeah, no, it's...
I like, after playing that, I was like, right, there is a reason I like Sins 2 more now, because Jesus fuck.
Yes, hypervelocity gun on fucking Quad, because I should never have to fight that on the ground.
Oh shit, that is when Doom the Dark Ages comes out? I forgot its actual release date. 5 days from now.
Oh, neat.
Oh yeah, isn't that the The medieval Doom?
Hell yeah, that's who I was thinking of.
What?
For the most part, was with
Anakin, or
yes,
No
Anakin.
Fair.
You heading to the cantina?
Because
anytime
that's
soon?
who tended to
I dare you to
his
put a
ship.
restraining bolt on Monk.
He tended to use his Venators.
Because he won't serve me anymore. Tab, schmab, I'll give him credits when I got credits.
That is not how a bar tab works, sir. You do not pay it when you have money. You don't
Carrots
go if you
shouldn't
don't
be
have
around
money.
yet.
That's it.
Hey, Cal. Glad you came to Kobo, Cal. You're a hard worker, aren't you? And always putting others before yourself.
How can you tell?
Smudge dirt on your
Oh dear
pants,
lord.
a whiff of adrenaline. Your eyes dart for danger.
Hey Fred.
I call it hunter's
Look at the
eyes.
other Discord in the
Trap
14
game. A
news
hunter
bot channel. The
defines her
bot
ability
fixed
to
itself
observe.
again.
But for the record,
Oh god.
your friendly demeanor don't fool me one bit.
I'll take a look.
Oh yeah, you're a natural hunter and you damn well know it.
Like, oh my god, look at the fucking news channel. Jesus Christ. Look at how many fucking maintenance and shit messages there are all of a sudden. That's a lot of things.
How the hell do I get in there?
I don't know. By doing things?
The stuff and things?
Yep.
Why? Grab the ledge! God damn it! Oh, that's gonna piss me off.
Also, so Fred.
What?
Since he's inevitably going to want to play it when it comes out, for when Star Wars Zero Company comes out, do we force Willie to play XCOM before he ever gets to play it?
Yes.
How do you think he'll feel about Thin Men?
Okay, well, how do I get in there now?
Fuck Thin Men. They're not the worst things.
They are, but well, it's more the way XCOM 1 spawns them is the problem. Because every time you move 3 feet, oh look, more Thin Men. Yeah. Oh look, they get a free Overwatch. But that's XCOM 1 in a nutshell. There's a reason they changed it too.
God damn it.
And I mean, there were, especially because of Long War, a lot of people really hard on 2 when it first came out, but I feel like the longer 2 is stuck around, the more people appreciate that 2 honestly is in many ways the better game.
Yeah.
Although gods, Willie will laugh when he gets to see the magic of XCOM's animations because Jesus Christ, as much as I love that game greatly,
those animations are a thing.
You can't go a mission without an animation bugging out in some stupid, ridiculous fucking way.
Yeah.
I should go find the hilarious gifs of like, fucking, you know, someone stabbing someone with their swords from 3 floors before, someone deciding to do like the dumbest loop in the universe to go through a door. Like instead of going through a door, they go up to the ceiling, down, inside a window, back outside, back upside, back down, and then land beside the alien. I've seen some magical bullshit.
Let's stop for a moment.
Nope. Okay, it'll help if I actually press the rest button.
I still find it funny. I don't know, Fred, did you ever do the Tactical Legacy Pack DLC missions in 2?
I cannot remember.
It's the separated out ones where you play like Central and Shen and everyone in between, like before the main campaign of 2?
I have.
I just wonder, because do you remember what the big thing they're hunting for turns out to be? It's fucking Central's sweater from the first game.
Oh god damn it.
Yeah, what the?
What'd you find? Well done.
I still find it funny. I wish Sparks were better, because you have done the story versions of the two added-on DLCs, right? The Shen's Gift, where you get the Spark, and the Alien, or the one where you go into Valen's lab.
I believe so.
Well, if you remember the one for Shen's Last Gift, where you get the Sparks, you go to the lab and discover the first AI Shen from the first game made. Yang, or whatever the fuck his actual first name is. I'm brain farting off the top of my head. I think it is like Yang, something like that. And who thinks he's, Shen's true inheritor and everything. And then in the end, you can, by setting the voice on the Sparks you get to be him. It's him, but with his like a fucking like personality shackle on him, so he can't go crazy and murder you all. And he's legitimately the snarkiest voice lines in the game. It's just ridiculous the way he fucking is, because he fucking hates helping you, but he can't not.
I'm so fucking confused.
Hmm?
This little red droid, I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to kill him or not, or what, but he just keeps disappearing underneath the ground as soon as I get close to him.
Don't know. That's a very good question. Oh, God.
But it's weird, because I can target lock on him.
Huh. You don't know.
Oh yeah? You'll make a great addition to my... You're going down. Countering resistance.
Let's move.
I'm not going to crack that anytime soon. God. That has a fucking Doom donut.
Looks like seeds. Better hold on to them until I can find good soil.
Whoa. Oh, pretty sure I just entered a trial of some sort. Ow! What the fuck? Oh, I get it. Okay. Cool little puzzle.
I don't know, BD. It was an echo in the Force, but wounded, fragmented. Like it was missing something. Whatever I did, it seems to have helped.
You should not be here. Fight. Shots fired. Roger. I guess there's a wall run right there. Oh, what the fuck? That took a minute to spawn in. Bioma.
You murdered a poor defenseless animal.
Yeah, he was just munching on a battle droid. It's weird that he wasn't even there at first either. I was wondering, I was like, why is that droid flopping around like a fish?
You know, it's really funny when you think about it. Fucking how many planets on Star Wars have fucking ridiculous, vicious fuck.
Yeah.
Also, on the subject of not technically an animal, but I bet I can give Fred a fucking PTSD attack by mentioning one Star Wars that you won't understand. Hey, Fred. Rat ghouls.
Fuck rat ghouls. Also Gizzas.
Also fair.
I've heard that one, but I've never heard rat ghouls.
You will very soon.
KOTOR?
Not in that game. Yes, KOTOR.
Okay. I kind of figured a lot of the theme tonight has been talking about stuff I don't know, and it's all been from KOTOR.
Well, yeah, because it's all non-canon now, and you aren't there yet, so you will be soon.
I'm gonna take you out. Oh, that's not good at all.
I'm gonna take you out. Proceeds to make mincemeat out of him. The other ones. That's not good at all. I love B1 droids. Honestly,
Also, fuck
they're
the
some of
entire
the.
Shadowlands.
Yeah, the Shadowlands.
They're honestly, I find the B1 droids part of what made the Clone Wars so funny.
Yes.
Probably my
As one
favorite
of them stated
droids.
once, why are we programmed to feel pain? Which is a very good question when you stop and think about it for a second.
I think one of my favorite scenes was with the two B1 droids that were arguing, and then the pissed off, I can't remember who it was, walked in. He's like, "Who's in charge?" That one. And shoots him. Oh man, that means I'm in charge now.
Again, you really gotta wonder what kind of sick fuck fucking made the B1s have like actual personality and shit and tortured them so.
Yeah. Kind of makes you wonder how much they were trying to emanate what was actually going on with their life. Like, I just feel like I'm a side existence in my own life. Okay, so created the shortcut. What does that sound? Oh. Oh. Ooh. Dead trooper.
These raiders are keeping the Empire at bay. At least they're good for something. Here we go. The array should be out here somewhere. Only way forward is to cut through. You catch that too, BD? We're not alone out here. Looks like it's blocked. Sit tight, BD. Let me see what I can do. We can trade this at Doma's shop.
Oh, what was that? Something there. Oh. That's what's blocking it, okay.
Good to go, BD. Let's try that again. Some of these rock columns are loose.
Oh, god damn it. No! Damn it.
A shard. Let's trade it at Doma's shop. What do you think this array is, buddy? Centauri Kree said it held the key to Tantalor. Z seems to think so too. Only one way to find out. don't think they saw us. Let's move.
Oh, that's right.
Ready to go. Raiders don't like the imps any more than we do.
What? Why did you only jump once, you dumbass? Fine, I can't cut through your shield. I'll just throw you off the cliff.
They must have shot this drop pod all the way from the Lucre Hulk. Let's get a drop on these bucket heads.
Troops like you are getting distracted. Focus. I'll have to. I don't need help to kill you. On target.
Man, not so good without your shield, are you?
Generations of Raka raised their young here. Then the Empire tore through, shot and trampled anything that got in their way.
There it is again. What? I don't see anything. Yeah, they're doing something. Aha! Please don't hurt me.
Oh, nice.
I enjoyed that. Please don't hurt me.
I did the opposite of what he wanted. Oh, another Balma. Don't let me get in the way of your lunch. Ah.
Come here, BD1. Yeah? Let's see. Even before she was damaged, there's no way Z could have made this journey. Of course, back in Kree's day, there was no Empire to contend with. What I would give to see a glimpse of that galaxy.
Oh, hello, Boglins.
Easy, easy. I'm not looking for trouble.
It's all right.
Alright, it's about 1:30. I'm gonna go pass the fuck out.
Yeah, as soon as I'm done this mission, I'm gonna call it too, because I need to make sure I'm up for the races tomorrow.
Don't worry.
Oh, good job.
Well, car's all prepped and ready, so.
I'm useless in a fight.
I'm surprised you haven't gone to bed yet,
High
Fred.
Republic structure. Didn't expect to have to fight off beasts with.
I mean, you've been passing out quite early most
Sorry,
of this week, so.
rambling.
He's got his beauty sleep.
I'm Toa, by the way.
This is BD1.
Sure, let's go with that.
The Empire is not going to be happy to find you out here.
I mean, I was being nice. If you want to just call it sleep, fine. You an ugly motherfucker. His words, not mine.
Uh-huh. Yes, that's what I said.
It's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Sure. Either way, talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, talk to you tomorrow. I love, honestly, the intelligence of troopers are almost as low as the B1 droids. There it is again. What is that? Proceeds to have a rock wall crumble on them.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Let's try not to end up like that guy.
Oh, what the fuck is that? It looks like a non-Hoth version of a Wampa. What is that? Oh, it's coming right for me. Ah! Let go of me. Oh, well, that's an arm gone, sir. What is that? Mogu. Okay.
High Republic data disk. I bet Z would have some use for it.
Yay, another stim.
Heads up, BD.
Wait. Wait a minute. When did this game come out?
Few years ago.
Did this game come out during full, like, quarantine?
That I do not remember.
Jedi Survivor. Release date. April 28th, 2023. Okay, so I guess not super during mid quarantine, probably I don't know, would you say it's closer to the end?
Yeah.
Cuz I just noticed when him and BD like celebrate because they found another stim, they do an elbow bump, and I vividly remember a lot of people saying don't like do fist bumps or hand.
That was very common even before that.
I believe you. I just didn't see a lot of it. I mean, given the timeline in this case, it seems like a bit of a coincidence, but... What? Who the hell's talking? Oh, Scuba. Right, you are one small dude.
I need to focus.
Hmm. Okay, let's see. What do you want, Scuba?
Step tender, lad. This one's a rare catch indeed.
What is it?
The fabled farfish. Its tail is one riven with greed, soaked to the bone with tragedy. There are scant few far left on account of their succulent glands. But I do not intend to harvest the poor creature for its organs. I intend to bring it back to the saloon, where I might one day find a meat for it.
Playing matchmaker, huh? You found another fawfish before?
No, but fishing's about leaving the world better than you found it. A ripple's only as good as the stone you cast. Every tale, lad.
Aha. Yeah, you keep up the good work, Scuba, if that's what you want to call it. Weird, strange little man.
I'm guessing Z might know about this. This terminal will have to wait.
See. Okay, well, nope, that don't work. Guessing there's nothing over there anyways.
Can't use this lift from here.
Where the hell am I supposed to go then? Oh, right, that wasn't the right way to go. Eh. Let's see.
That must be another one of those High Republic chambers. What do you say, buddy? Up for a little detour?
And down we go.
Welcome, Jedi.
Centauri Kree.
The path that we must walk is not always immediately visible to us. Only through patience, careful thought, and the wisdom of the Force will the way appear.
Oh, okay, that's the way I need to go. So I would like to pull it that way.
So, they believe something is behind the abyss?
That's right. A planet.
Well, I hope it's worth all this effort.
That's weird. Oh, this is the beginning. Okay. Excuse me? Oh, you. Well, at least I can reach it from there. Oh, what the hell?
What's this? Good find, BD.
No shortcuts or anything?
Maybe Z could tell us more about this.
Oh, that sucks. I'm all the way up here and no way to get back up here quick if I wanted to. But what is this?
Dead end? What's the point of this? Okay. No. I can figure this out.
Huh. Okay, now am I just supposed to fall to my doom now? Yeah, I must. Okay, that's a weird way of making someone do that. Well, where's the... Oh, unless... Is there another one in there? No, there's not. Which means... Give me yours. This must be it. Oh, really? That's what that was for? Well, that's shitty. Huh. Hmm. Oh yeah, there's a hole in the floor. Whoops. Really? Go. Thank you. Diligence. All right. Oh, actually. Ah, yeah. Jeez. Scared the shit out of me.
Ash showed up.
No, I wasn't expecting this statue to lift. Oh, sorry, Alan. I've been so zoned into the game, I have not even looked at the chat in a while. We're from Canada. Honestly, this is why I've been procrastinating that, the next game I want to do after the Star Wars series, because the very next one is a fucking horror game that's on my list, and I really don't want to do it.
Which one is that?
Soma.
Ah.
Yeah, psychological horror. I don't want to do it. Because before I started the new Sword Art Online game, I was contemplating that, and I was talking about it with Zach, and I was like, given that I'm doing a long Star Wars run on the channel, I don't need to do the the anime series indefinitely. And I was like, I could just always move on to the next game. And then as I opened it up, I saw what the next game was, and I closed it. I was like, nope, we're sticking with anime. How the hell do I get down there? I am so confused. There's gotta be something I'm missing here. Oh, there is. Okay. Let's go back that way. Ow.
Okay, I'll look.
I can hear the dog. Where is it? Whatever it is growling. Oh. Let's see. Ow. There we go.
Check it out, BD. Prior right.
That's how I get the little red bastards that like the tunnel. Just gotta figure out something to throw at them. Excuse you.
Oh, nice. Thanks, BD.
Oh. Ah, shit. Yep, that would do it. Oh, God.
Don't know what that stuff is, but definitely doesn't look safe. It's hard to breathe.
Jesus, this stuff is weird. Oh, this is gonna be good. How do I get through here now? That way.
I wonder if Z would know more about this.
No, 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 no. Please stop.
You think this substance has anything to do with the array?
Hobo dust. Oh, shit. What was it? Oh, just a drop down.
So this is the work of Santari Kree. If the rest of Z's story is true, the key to Tantalor should be around here somewhere.
Okay, frame drop. Holy shit. Thank you. Okay.
No cutting through this stuff.
Now, there's a lot to explore here, too, in its own right. There. Okay. I think that's as good a place as any to call it for the night. Have been going for 4.5 hours. Okay. Well, you have fun with whatever you're playing, Fred. I'm gonna go
Empire War.
Fair. I am gonna go to bed so I can get some sleep to do the drag races tomorrow.
That's fine.
Okay. Good night.
See ya.
I think that was a good start to this game. Daughter got to hang out for a little bit at the beginning of the stream, and then it was all hell broke loose after that with the guys. Honestly, that's a pretty typical session, all things considered, with us. You know, try to take a few pot shots at each other, and then we end up just talking about random stupid lore of whatever series we're doing anyways. But, you know, it's always a good time. But I hope you all enjoy the content you see on this channel, and if you do, feel free to subscribe and hit the bell notification. It lets you know when we're doing the next one. And hit the comment section down below, letting us know you did subscribe, and we will answer to it with a personalized message for you. And let us know if there's any game ideas you want to see us check out in the future, or maybe something better we could be doing in the games we are playing that we just haven't thought of yet. We'll take a look at those, we'll respond to those as well. And without further ado, I will see you all back tomorrow night for more Mass Effect. Alright, good night.